Chair, can we get started? Because we got back.
For the shop. No, they have your name over there.
Good evening, guys. I'm calling the meeting to order. This is the Housing Committee. Today is Monday, February 9th, 2026. It is approximately 5:37 p.m. Note, this meeting is also being conducted as a hybrid meeting. You may remotely access this meeting through the digital platforms that are listed, such as our Facebook Lawrence City Council page and our YouTube Lawrence City Council page. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of Housing Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to review this meeting while in progress may either attend in person or at the locations that I had just recently mentioned, once again, which is our Facebook City Council page and YouTube City Council page. Members that are present with me today, to my left is Vice Chair of the Housing Committee and City Councilor for District A, Franklin Miguel. City Council President Giovanni Rodriguez and Council at Large is here with us today, arriving as we speak. And we have our City Councilor from District F, Councilor Mark LaPlante. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance before commencing today's meeting. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I do see that we have minutes for council approval. This is dated June 12th of 2025 and July 8th of 2025. Can I get a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
Motion made, properly second. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. The first item on the agenda under new business, we have item 2826, the declaration of surplus property, 15A Boston Street, map 73, lot 2-1. This is under the Home Equity Protection Act. Ms. Pascual, if you could please come before us and describe what this item is about and go into detail as to what you're looking for from the council.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good evening, Council Chair and members of the council. I'm before you today to present item 028-26, the declaration of surplus property, 15A Boston Street, map 73, lot 2-1, under the Home Equity Protection Act. So before you, I have for the declaration of surplus property, said address. It is, I'm just going through this, give you some details of the property. It is a lot area of 1,110 square feet in an R2 zone. It is a condo, and the assessed value is $249,300. The estimated annual taxes is $2,193 with 84 cents. And I have provided a map and information regarding the property and also pictures, as you had asked me previously, to include in our packages for a better visual.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So before you, like I said, is one of these properties under the Home Equity Theft Protection Act. We have to get back to the courts and let them know what we were going to decide to do with the properties, all under the Home Equity Theft Protection Act. Post retaining the property, we need to respond to the court within 180 days as to whether we're going to sell or retain the property. A lot of these properties came in after a change in legislation last year, 2025 in January. And so some of these properties were already into that 180-day period. So we're just responding back to the court and trying to not delay or extend more of that time and provision to be in line with what the courts have asked of us. So these properties under the Home Equity Protection Act are subject to a response from the city on our behalf. And so we've decided to sell the property. Therefore, we're before you for a declaration of surplus.
Real quick, do you mind describing where, because I see the address, I'm not familiar with it, I'm not sure if all the counselors are. If you don't mind giving a little bit more details regarding what part of Lawrence is this property located in? Is it in your district? Okay, okay.
Yes.
And if you don't mind, we do have a new counselor that's joining us, especially here in the Housing Committee. If you don't mind touching on this act, which is fairly new for us as well.
Absolutely.
But if you don't mind kind of giving a refresher.
Sure. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Councilor Miguel. We are welcoming you on to this committee, and we're excited to have you on to be part of this process. So welcome. A little bit of the Home Equity Theft Protection Act. We have the city attorney here. I'm not sure if he wants to, just on the legal side, give you more of a legal definition of what the home equity theft, if that's...
Good evening, councilors. Attorney Hooton, city attorney. Basically, just to tell you what this is in the old days, what would happen is that we would take properties for taxes, and let's say the property owed $10,000 in taxes, and the property was worth $200,000. Well, the city would keep the difference between the 190 and the 10,000 in taxes. This new law came into effect, which basically said, listen, it wasn't so much that cities and towns would do that, but actually the city of Lawrence did it once, made the mistake, which I consider a mistake, of going out to a third party and selling all our tax delinquents. And what these people would do is they would do everything in their power to not let these people reclaim their properties. So they would run up the fees and keep the equity. So what the law states now is if you have any of these properties that you have a tax foreclosure on, that the first thing you have to do is, just before the judgment is, you kind of decide, what are you going to do with this property? On this one, you can see that these are 2 condos. A lot of the times, what you mostly end up specifically is an old decrepit lot that nobody knows who owns or nobody wants it anymore. So really, nobody's really claiming it, and there really is no equity in it. In this one, it is actually the type of lot that they're concerned with equity. So I don't know why we have sent this owner so many letters, and I just sent one just the other day. She is looking to lose $250,000 home, both if you consider both sides, for like $20,000 in taxes. But she hasn't paid her taxes since 2000 and has no intention of paying her taxes. I don't know why she thought that's a great idea, but if you know who she is in your district, I would be happy, because the city is not designed to take properties. We don't want properties. We want people to pay their taxes and have nice home ownership. So what they make you do is we have to decide whether we're going to keep it or whether we're going to sell it. If we keep it, we have to have an appraisal on it and see what the value is, and we go down that road. You're the ones that decide that, or we decide that we're going to sell it. Obviously, the city has no use for a couple of condos. If this was a nice parking lot in the neighborhood, we might consider, hey, that's a good municipal use. We can use it as a parking lot, help relieve the overcrowding of parking in the city of Lawrence. But So we have to make that decision. You have to make it early. And in doing that, we also have requirements that we have to get appraisals, and then we have to put it out to a broker, because you have to get the fair market value. In the old days, you would just put it out to bid, and whoever bid, that would be the price. But they're saying no more of that. We want to make sure that these people, if they do have equity in the home, that they get it. And that's the ultimate goal at the end. At the end, if we were to sell these two condos to a third party, and they were to pay X amount of dollars, we would reimburse us for their taxes and our costs, and then we would take that check and we would contact the woman that owns the property and say, here's the value of your home. Not much, person, that's where she's living. I'm sure it's not much comfort that she's going to get it. She could sell this on her own if she wanted right now. I don't know why she's ignoring all process, so it's important that we have to keep this moving, because they've given us timetables. So that's what this meeting is right now, is for you to decide and to the council whether we want to keep it or sell it. Again, I think this one is pretty obvious because it is condos. The city has no use for two condos. It's not like we have to, put up the DPW director in a house or something like that. So, again, it's your decision. You decide what to do it. But that's the purpose of it. They give us specific timetables, and we have to confirm with those timetables.
Okay, any questions, councilors?
Thank you, Tim.
No. You don't want to say that to me?
You don't want to get too close to us.
So sorry.
It's
So sorry.
okay.
There's a strategy behind me sitting. I get to look at you people.
Oh, no way.
We can look at you.
Councilor Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, essentially, I have a few questions in regard to the new act that we are implementing on this property. So essentially, based on what you have described, the attorney. So I'm assuming that the process of the foreclosure already went through, and we are into the 1 year period of whether or not the person can take the property back.
Correct.
Okay, so that was missing. Okay, so we went through the foreclosure, we acquired the property, and then within the year or whatever amount of time that is defined by the law, people can take the property back and just pay the difference when it comes to court cost and stuff like that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so basically,
We would love for her to do that.
okay. So have we contacted this person, the owner, and said, listen, we went through the foreclosure, now you want the city this amount on taxes and court costs?
Probably 15 to 20 times.
Okay,
And
so
most recently, I sent a letter, because one of the things we have to be concerned of is technically we own this property right now. So
They live on it.
I sent a letter just recently saying, can you please give me proof of your property insurance? Because it's now a liability. And telling her that if you don't give me proof of that the property is insured, then the city is going to insure it. It's called forced place insurance. It's twice as expensive as regular insurance, but we have to protect the city. So, and I said, please get back to me. So
any communication at all that time?
nothing.
Have anybody from the city have reached out like this on their door?
Not that I've looked up 30 phone call numbers. It's not like the old days where you can find a number. I mean, I've gone through the internet searches, and each number I keep calling that has her name on it is disconnected. So no. Have I gone to the property physically? No. I know that Mr. McCarthy went to the property one time and he couldn't find it. I don't
Yeah, because it could be that, potentially the assuming that is an old person that have somebody that is in charge of the property and not even getting potentially the mail. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they also would have had, there's 5 recorded notices at the Registry of Deeds. I mean, we've done everything. Again, as I said, and I always say, we're not trying to take people's property.
No, I understand.
But, and the notices have gone out in Spanish and English, so if the person doesn't. But they obviously, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that they bought this property. They paid cash.
So how long ago was the one they put? I mean,
2013.
2013, so 12 years.
They bought it from a Millennium LLC, a limited liability company, but this person paid cash for both these units. No mortgage on it. They bought it for $280,000.
Why if they bought it for 180, the assessment is less than that? Oh, it's per
280
unit?
for both units.
Oh, okay.
So
for
it's
both
one,
units.
you might say it's 140 each.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so essentially this property goes through the new process, which is the Home Equity Protection Act, which the council, based on the previous discussion we have, only can actually just declare the property as a surplus, not a disposition.
Well, you are describing the disposition. You're deciding whether we're going to sell it for fair market value or we're going to keep it. That's the disposition you're deciding.
So we are, but I mean, before used to be okay. We declare as a surplus because nobody wants it. We take a vote for that, and then we take a
So-
vote for the disposition as well.
So this is different now.
This, I know this is different, but I
So
want to make
it's
sure
different
that
in
we are on
this,
the same
in this
page.
effect. You don't get to determine, I don't get to determine who's going to buy this. This isn't the old situation, and I know what you're guarding against is,
No, and I know what I'm going to. And
yeah,
that's the
Tim
next
Tim
question.
Hooton has a friend, and he's going to put in a sneaky offer on it.
Gotcha.
And he's going to get the prop. That's why we have to hire an appraiser to get the price. And a realtor. So the realtor is
Gotcha.
independent.
So-
So it's much like you selling your house,
No,
you
I
have no
understand.
idea who's going to buy it. You're
I
just-
understand, and this is my next question. I noticed that because every time that there is an RFP on the city, I get a text message, so I know what's going on RFPs. You guys have an RFP for for a realtor not that long ago. I noticed that you guys have that. What is the result? Who is the realtor? Who are you going to give an authorization to sell the property? Because we don't know that person. Who is that person?
Actually, the bids were received. It's not just one person. There'll
Okay.
be various people that they'll use. You know, you're not going to be the exclusive broker. I believe that the appraiser is one person. And the
So it's
decision,
one appraisal, and then there is multiple realtors.
multiple realtors, but the decision of who that is, it has to be signed off on, but yes.
So it's not nothing yet.
It's near finalization, but no, I can't say
Oh,
that.
okay. Because I mean, if we are doing this, I'm assuming that if we are doing this process, it's because the entire system is in place. Because
We're trying to, because of the timetable, we're trying to get everything in place. This will be the one that we hope that when this finally gets through the system, that we'll have the realtor in place, the appraiser in place, so that will be the role model for all our future ones.
how many bidders you got on that realtor section?
There was, what, 7? How many realtors were? How many were bid?
So we got a total of 11 came in, 9 of them were responsive. We went through we had a task force that reviewed them. We came up with a selection of the 4 highest rated, and those are now in the procurement office. So we started with 9 that were responsive to the RFP, and we're down to 4.
Okay, and there's going to be 4 total?
No, there'll be either 1 or possibly 2, depending on, we might do one who does specialize in commercial properties, which will be very few that we'll see, or we'll hire one person to do both the residential and the commercials.
Okay.
But it'll be one, it will probably be one realtor in my estimation. I don't know that there's enough work for 2.
All right. I'm going to follow up on a question next after everybody goes.
And just to add some context, I did have a conversation with Ms. Pascual in regards to these RFPs. So not just share with me, but share with all the counselors regarding the list of all, like, I would like to see all the RFPs that were submitted. And then we'll, once you guys have made your selection, it would be nice for you guys to also attach as to what they provided in terms of how you guys came about in making your decision. Okay.
Absolutely.
Counselor LaPlante?
I don't have much to say. This seems, the more I listen about this issue, the more it becomes cut and dry to me anyway. So, but my recommendation is that you have made the point that the city does not want the properties for obvious reasons.
Okay.
I think that in the memo that you send us going forward, that you should stipulate in the memo what your recommendation is. You are asking or you're recommending, or that we put this out for sale and through the process, the new process that we have now. I just think, because it's not anywhere on here, does it say that in the memo? So I just think to make that clear, that would be helpful, so we have a record that that's the recommendation. I will be curious at some point down the road, as you can imagine, there may be times where we're gonna be looking to put and have some more housing units around the city based on something like this. And I'm just curious, what would happen if a committee or a full council says, no, we don't think it's a great idea? I guess we'll deal with it when it gets there, but just know that's a kind of a question that I'm gonna be asking, not on this one. So because of the time, we have very few, we have another meeting in 5 minutes, so I'm gonna stop right here. Thank you.
Okay, I'll definitely include that, Counselor.
Can I add one more thing?
Absolutely.
I find this to be amazing. Thank you for attaching all these documents as reference. I'm wondering, would it be too much to ask for any future properties in regards to this act that you guys would come before us? Could you also attach part of the memo, the dates that you guys have made contact with the property owner, and in what fashion? Was it via telephonically, whether it was you guys mailed a letter notifying them, or was it physical contact? That way, it lets us know, the proper
Absolutely.
channels were actually made and the efforts were exhausted to notify these property owners.
So just to clarify, the 25 notices that the attorney mentioned earlier that he sent specifically to this property, you would like to know like the date and time and method of communication?
Yes.
Okay.
I see something similar along the lines of how you reach to every department head of whether this property
table.
is needed or not. So if I don't know.
Something
you guys
similar.
could make something that's efficient and.
Definitely.
Yeah, unless counselors, if you guys have any suggestions on any additional information that you would want for them to add. No? Counselor Rodriguez?
I do have a question. So I would like to, I feel like, when we have a system in place, we need to have all the components of the system in place before we act upon. And I feel like we rushing the city council stuff, but we don't know, we don't know who is the realtor, who is the adjuster, the appraiser. And any of those stuff, I think that we guys should come over in front of the city council and introduce the members of that who is going to be working with this act on different aspects of the process, and then therefore we understand. First of all, we got the system. It's a new act, but now those are the parties in place. Those are the stakeholders that are going to take different. They're going to play a role on the different scenarios. But I mean, I think that you guys should be more on top of it so we know this is what we are.
So do you mean, Counselor, with your permission, do you mean who sits on the commission or who sits on the board or our group of internally, or?
In and out.
The in and
Everybody
outs.
that is involved throughout the process.
A through Z.
Like right now, you're recommending for us to sell the property. That requires a vote from the city council. Who's recommending that out of this committee, which is the real estate task force?
So
Who sit on that
the
committee or whatever it is?
The
Yes.
city-owned property advisory.
Yeah. Who is on that committee? Who is recommending it? And what was the vote on that?
Absolutely, I can
And
definitely do
then
that.
subsequently, at some point, bringing up, those are the people that are going to be working by putting that on MLS, those properties on MLS, and those are the process that they're going to follow. They're going to have an open house on those property every so often as per required by our own regulations. Once we have those open house, this is the requirement those are the steps we're gonna take in order for the people to go ahead and take, fair opportunity on bidding on the process or putting an offer on the process. And this is how we're gonna publish it, if it is such thing like that. The entire system, so there's no doubt about about this is what we're doing, and if anybody in the public wanted to know like how these things work now, they can go and take a look at the meeting, post our meeting on the website, perhaps, and understand that this is the new act and this is how we are approaching it. But it's different pieces all over the place. It's like I'm
There's a lot of
getting it,
moving parts, yeah.
But I mean, it's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah. Just one thing, council, just let me just say this with due respect to the council, is we don't choose anything. Right now, you could tell me, Tim, you know what, we're keeping it. And then we go down that path. So I don't want to give you all the, again, I'll give you all the information, but I don't want you to suddenly say, Tim Hooton is deciding what the city is doing with this property. You're the deciding. We don't know, right now, I don't know whether you're keeping the property or you're selling the property. That's your vote, not my vote.
I understand, Tim, but I mean.
But when
what
I give you
mean
the
is-
information, I don't want anybody to be offended, like, we're pushing you one way or the
No,
other.
no, no,
or
no, you're not. What I'm trying to say is that if we go this route, as per recommended, we take a vote today to send it to the full council with these recommendations, whatever. And then we take a vote at the full council. Yes, we're moving along this direction. What is that direction? How that look like?
Sure.
What is it? Who's going to take over after that?
problem.
That is going to be doing step A, B, C, D, and E, and then subsequently, how we're going to get to ultimately getting a check to the city to be able to split that check into whatever they own on taxes and whatever it is, and the remaining money that is going to go to the current owner.
No
So
problem.
what is it that we're going to do next? So we don't know as a council.
Sure.
Like, I just noticed that we have an RFP because I got a text message. You know what I mean? It's like, what is the next step, basically?
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Miguel?
Through you, Chair, thank you. So can you clarify, are we only charging the taxes to this property when we sell them? In terms of city resources, is it just the taxes, or are we including the water and sewer? Are we putting in that number all the resources that we are spending?
We can only put anything that's attached to the property. So if there's an outstanding, if the water bill has been attached or whatever or behind, I'm assuming that, I've never heard from the water company that, the water department, that the water bill is behind on this. I would have gotten a notice on that, but, additionally, what you charge is, they're gonna be charged a broker's fee.
Yep.
They're gonna be charged if we have to, go in and clean it out. I don't know what conditions, again, I'm not saying this, but this person could be a hoarder. We might have to go in and clean out everything that's in there. So there's a bunch of other fees that we would charge, but
So we're only allowed to charge them the taxes and water and sewer in case that they owe?
if they have an outstanding balance with the city, right?
Okay. I mean, my only concern is that, I see the three of you and all the resources that we've been putting as a city, trying to get these people to pay. And we are just selling the property and we're just getting the taxes. But if we should be able to charge them more for all the resources that we as a city actually put into this.
You should treat this like it's a regular transfer. If you transfer your house, the person that's buying is going to make sure that all the water bills are paid, all the electric bills are paid, and everything's paid because they don't want to get stuck with them.
All right.
Councilors, I'm looking for a recommendation for this item. Councilor LaPlante?
I can make a motion that we send this up to the full council with a recommendation to sell or dispose of the property.
Second.
Motion was made, properly second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Okay, the ayes have it, motion carries. Yes, clerk.
I know that, when the city attorney don't want to know the information on the property, the lot, the address, square footage, everything.
Okay, so a motion was made, properly second, to send to full council with a favorable recommendation, the declaration of surplus for real properties located at 15A Boston Street, map 73, lot 2-1. And let me see. Oh, wait, you want me to go into the square footage? Yes, you're right. 2-1, this is a lot area with 1,110 square footage, with an assessed value of $249,300. Is it necessary to also notate the estimated annual taxes as well? Is that information you need? No? Okay. Real quick, counselors, we have an additional new item, which is the same, similar to, is attached to this condo. Item 2926, the declaration of surplus property, 15B, Boston Street, map 73, lot 2-2, under the Home Equity Protection Act. Ms. Pascual, if you could please proceed.
Absolutely. So this is the condo right next to it.
Same one.
029-26, declaration of surplus property, 15B Boston Street, map 73, lot 2-2, under the Home Equity Protection Act. This property is 1,110 square feet, also in a residential 2 area. The status of this property is a condo. The assessed value is $249,300 with an estimated annual tax of $2,193.84.
Counselors, any questions? Seeing none, I'm looking for a recommendation.
I'll make a motion. I'm not going to repeat all that.
I'll repeat it.
I think it's already part of the record, as already previously mentioned by the chair and by Ms. Pascal, that we send this up to the full council with a recommendation to dispose/sell.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any nays? So the motion carries to send item, Jesus Christ. I'm losing my train of thought. Thank you. Item 2926, the declaration of surplus property, 15B Boston Street, map 73, lot 2-2, under the Home Equity Protection Act. This is lot area with 1,110 square footage. Assessed value of $249,300. Okay. So you're all set, Ms. Pascual. I'll see
Thank you.
you at the city council meeting in reference to those 2 items. And if you guys could also, I don't know if by then, if we'll have an update regarding the RFP process. But
Can
just
definitely
keep us
check in on
updated
that.
as to where you guys are at. If you guys
Absolutely.
are still evaluating. And
We should have more information by then.
No, I'm requesting for that for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. Right here, I have it. Okay, I believe under tabled items, right? Mr. McCarthy, I believe is under 48325. Is this the item?
That's correct.
Surplus declaration, 4,907 square foot parcel of land located at rear of 47 Hamlet Street. Planning Director, Mr. McCarthy, could you please go ahead and proceed?
We'll give you a brief recap of what we discussed 2 weeks ago, that the property in question is a piece of land that was subdivided from a parcel of land owned by the school department, or by the city through the school department, as part of the Frost School campus. It was a small piece of land that the city school department and determined didn't have any value to them. An inquiry was made by the abutting property owner whether or not she could acquire this property. Kelly Stanisuski is the property owner. She's been inquiring about this property for a couple of years. We've gone through the process now of having it separated and subdivided. It needs to be declared surplus. It's going to be sold through the city's yard sale program. So the yard sale program is a very specific program that the city's used. It's been in place for about 20 years now. I've given you, you should have on your desk, a proposed vote. These are the votes that we used to use back in, I think I took this one from 2014, one of the cases. So it's fairly straightforward. It says that the property is going to be declared surplus for the property, and they identify the property. Then it says who it's going to be sold to, and it says a sum, and the sum is based on a number that we clarified 20 years ago. It's $1 a square foot. So it's the same number. There's no negotiations. There's no debate about the value. And then it's served with a number of conditions. So we have what they call standard conditions that we always use in this process. I think the most important one is that the person's responsible for purchasing an A&R plan and having that plan recorded, merging the two lots, so that it becomes one lot. So now the parcel of land that's coming from the city that we're selling will become part of the 47 Hamlet Street tax card. Will come down as one number. So we have the conditions are on that document as well, if you want to take a look. But these are certain ones. I sent copies of the standard ones over, I believe, last week. You should have got a copy on Thursday or Friday of last week. These are from 2022. Again, the properties in question, there's some element of judgment that goes into it. If in the case there's photographs in your packages about this land showing that it's all wooded land, it's been maintained and kept in great shape. So we're not going to be asking for a landscaping plan from them, obviously. Same thing with the water plan, the stormwater. We only want a stormwater plan if there's a determination made usually by the water commissioner, that there's some kind of element that this person, by adding this land to the property, needs to take certain steps. So that will be something that will be assessed in anyways. Again, I recommended to Mrs. Stanisuski that when this is all done and she gets and the property closes, that she complies with all these requirements as soon as possible and gets a compliance letter from my department, and she can get a release of these documents on there. So they will become permanent, but the conditions will all be taken off of it. A lot of people don't do that, and 15, 20 years later, we're going back to satisfy these documents years later. So we're trying to just get ahead of the curve on this one. But again, it's a fairly straightforward process. We've done a couple like this before, coming from city properties. This is not a tax title. This is not an equity issue. It's pretty much just a straight sale.
Councilors, any questions,
I have a question.
discussions? Okay, Councilor Rodriguez.
So essentially, we are using the yard sale, correct?
They're using what?
The yard sale program that we have.
The yard sale program, yes.
Okay, so essentially, we are doing the surplus declaration, and subsequently, we are doing the disposition of the property.
Correct.
So essentially, what I have seen here is that usually when we do a yard sale at $1 square foot, is one of the things that is being included since I'm in the council, is that no structures are permitted on that parcel.
But that's not correct. The rule has always been that you can build what are called accessory structures. So this has been, I think, a little bit complicated. I think Councilor LaPlante brought this up at the last meeting because of the new ADU law. Because this land will merge an accessory accessory building will be something like a garage, a swimming pool, a garden shed, a dog house. Those are accessory units. There's accessory dwelling, those are accessory buildings that go to the primary focus. If it's a single-family house, they're accessory buildings that would go along with that. So you're allowed to build those type of structures and you have to comply with this, our zoning laws, with the setbacks and the yard coverage requirements and all the different elements. I think the one change that's been different now is that the state has issued a new law called the ADU unit law, and you're all familiar with this because we've discussed this many times, and they are considering, they're allowing everybody in the state to have a by right ability to build a unit which is going to be an accessory dwelling. It becomes part of the single-family home or the building or whatever it is, and it's considered an accessory unit. And we use the same rules that we use for all accessory units in doing that. The state was very specific about how much limitation we have in restricting this. And again, it would be the same rights that every other property owner in the city or in this neighborhood has a right to do. So right now, everybody in the city who lives is entitled to construct a single-family dwelling by right. No zoning board, no planning board. That's what the law is.
Yeah, the law for the ADU unit is that what you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely. But you cannot tell me that the condition we set for the last 10 years is this, because we never used the accessory use before. First time we use it, and I actually highlight it, because this is not, in the past, have been used.
So on last
And
week.
I'm
yep.
actually looking at my own rules over here, my own rules that we have set before. So essentially, what I'm saying is, what we have always said is that not a structure, not any structure can be built on that, or it's set for things that are not livable.
Yeah,
And
I
I have
don't-
one here from let me see what year, long time ago. Comply with the purchase and sale agreement, must execute the purchase and sale agreement within the city 30 days from where we are. Must submit the approval not required subdivision plan. Must submit the landscaping plan. Must include the stormwater management conditions. Must agree to utilize this property for parking, green space only. Construction of any kind except for the allowable accessory use is prohibited.
Well, whoever did that, I think that's wrong. I think
Well,
that's wrong.
this is from the property that we sold as a January 15, 2015. This is on my agenda here. I just went back to my agenda and I look at the conditions that we set from the last 10 years.
Well, that's a mistake. I do have, on Friday,
So we've been making mistakes for 10 years.
we shouldn't have been.
But that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at my agenda. Kelly, please, let me deal with the process first.
Yep.
Because it's not about it's about the process. That's what I'm trying to deal with. I'm trying to deal with the process only. It's not about you itself at all. I'm trying to deal with the process. I have no issues whatsoever selling this property to you whatsoever. But I just want to make sure like we are consistent with the process that we have used for 10 years. And I'm being the chair of this committee for quite some time. So that's what you're telling me that what we have done is wrong.
I am the person who initiated the yard sale program. I gave you a copy of some of the conditions we had from 2014. That's as far back as I could go and find one. And that one had the accessory uses. And then the one that I have, the other one I gave you was from 2025. I had sat down at one point with Susan DeGatti, who works in the city's attorney office, to go over these. Now, there's been several people working in the job position doing land disposition. I don't know how or why they would have altered that, but that was not part of what the program was for. The program has always been to allow accessory construction within property. So if somebody wanted to have a pool in their backyard, they would be allowed to do that. And I don't know why, if that's what happened, it happened, but it's wrong. And I
Well,
don't know.
the big difference when we use the program BRSL is that technically it is for properties that are not buildable, and that's why it's just by default going to the person right next to the property because it could be used for parking, for green, or for just to extend the yard.
Correct.
If that's the intent, we use the program for $1 square foot because it's $1 square foot.
Correct.
That's why. And we have no problem. I don't think that I have voted against this program whatsoever, but I want to make sure like what is set to be part of the program that we fulfill that. We have occasions that people come up in front of us saying, look, I have these conditions that I cannot build on this property because of the conditions that were set back then 20 years ago. Yes, you get the property for $3,000, $4,000. That's why. If you get it for the price that is the assessment value of the property, no problem, built.
Well,
But if you get it for a cheap amount, and then eventually a dwelling is allowed,
Yeah.
and then that's another issue.
I think you're both talking about the same things, used in different words. What he's saying is, you can build a pool on it. You're not gonna build another house on it. Now, that's not counting the ADRs. You are correct. If we give this property, the zone is not zoned for an additional house, so you can't build another house on it. they can build a pool or a shed or something on that. So I agree with, I think both of you are on the same page. And I do, Council, I remember exactly, in some of these properties, it was, you can't build anything on it because it was not clean. And some of it was just tarred over parking space, so we gave it to them for parking. So I agree with you, there were those conditions in there. The same with this one, this can't be used for a structure, not counting the ADU law, which supersedes everything.
We're gonna have to
But-
rethink
but
about
she
this
can-
program.
But she could build a pool, or she could build a little house, or a.
Yeah, the person who buys the land, we don't want to put them in any worse a position than anybody else who owned the land. It's not, we want this land to become part of their property to use like they would if it was part of their yard. Well, that means if they want to put a garden shed there, or they want to put a freestanding garage for their vehicles, they're entitled to do that as long as they meet the building code and the variance requirements in our construction ordinance.
Well, in the future, I'm gonna have to rethink my vote when it comes to this program, because this program will allow a lot of people to build on it exactly what we don't want them to build, which is another unit. An ADU unit is anything under 900 square feet. That's not a small apartment.
But you're correct there. In the past, we never would have let anybody build another unit of housing on the land. That was a restriction. That was what it, and
Yeah.
the other restriction is that you can't re-subdivide the property after you purchased it. You can't purchase the property, put it together, and then turn around and say, I'm gonna sell the land for a third person to build a house or do whatever. It's not. It becomes part of your house and part of your primary lot. That's the intention of the program.
I'm gonna have to rethink about my vote when it comes to
Well,
that.
I mean, maybe we
program
can
in the future.
rethink the program and have it brought back to be reviewed. Like I said, the big issue that I find is the dealing with this law for the ADU apartments. I'm not a big fan of that. I think that was thrust upon the communities like Lawrence, but it is the law. It's the law of the land. And again, we can't put these individuals buying land in a worse position than somebody who hasn't bought the land and has the same physical construction.
Okay. Counselors, I just want to make mention that we do have other committees. So this is, I believe, the last item on the agenda. So if we could wrap up and try to be more concise. But by no means am I rushing you, Counselor LaPlante, so you have the floor.
No, I will certainly take your advice to heart. So really, a couple things. Number one, there's nothing in here regarding pavement, putting pavement over there. And I just think that based on what we have learned as a council over the last few years, that, and I realize I think this is all wooded, so that potential, it's all wooded, right? This particular one?
So, to
This
be honest
parcel?
with you, the whole thing is, I wanted to come before you before I did a subdivide or a plan. I could do an ADU on my lot right now. Sure. I can do an addition on my lot. I could do a substantial addition and get zoning approval. So I have the land to do it. I wanted to go to an architect and say, what could I do that fits well with my neighborhood? Where would it go? What should I do? So that's why I'm coming to you. If you voted no and you don't want to sell me the land that's behind my house, then the city's tagged 6 trees, I think, back there. You'll see in one of the pictures that I had to block off my own yard because it almost hit a dog. They don't go back there because they can't reach back there. So if you don't want to sell it to me, I talked to the assessor. The assessor said it's worth pennies on the dollar because it's landlocked and there's no access to it. So nobody else would want it. You don't want to sell it to me, that's fine. Clean up the trees and then I want my street fixed.
I have questions.
know.
I thought I had the floor. So I have some questions, and it has nothing to do with my questions at all. My question is very simple. Mr. McCarthy, if you don't mind, this is from Mr. McCarthy. In this property right here that we're looking at, I see rocks, I see ledges. What I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure that going forward on any yard sale program that we have a prohibition, we have a discussion about this prohibition of putting any kind of impermeable surfaces on it. The reason why I'm saying that is because we've seen all too frequently recently the amount of impermeable surfaces that we face throughout the city, lawful and unlawful. What that is doing is causing a lot of flooding issues throughout the city. And because of that, I think that we would be doing a disservice if we have properties that we can control and then we're allowing people to put pavement or something on there, thereby making the problem even worse. So my question is that in this particular case, it's probably not even a point, just because of the pictures that I see here. It's wooded, there's a rock, there's ledge. I don't even think that could happen, but I just think as a general, you have stormwater, for example, as part of this. I think something like impermeable surfaces or restrictions would be useful. That's number one.
Okay,
Do you want,
okay, I'll
you want
answer
to
that.
comment on that? You
Yep.
can quickly because, we're running against the clock. You have a quick comment? Yes, no? No quick comment? Okay. Second thing is that we're charging a buck a square foot on this.
Yep.
How long have we been doing that? How many years?
20 years.
20 years. Has any thought been considered about increasing that? Real estate prices have gone through the roof in the last 20 years, and I realize some of these. So what's been the discussion on that? If you don't quickly.
It's been brought up in the past. I think we'd probably have to bring it back to city council if we're going to change that. That when we had this program approved 20 years ago, that was the number we start on. It was just a number to give us uniformity. The problem was we were having properties being sold to this person for a certain number, that person for a certain number. There was no thought beyond into the evaluation of these processes. We had properties being sold for $50 and then another one sold for thousands of dollars. So we said we need to come down with a uniform process for everybody in the city so it's fair. That's where it came up. If we're going to increase it, we can probably do that. But
I am curious, and we don't need to delay this any further, but talk to me later. I'm curious as to whether or not this is an ordinance. I'm not familiar with it. Is it a policy? What is it that requires council approval that we have to move it to a different number? I'm not familiar with that.
I'd have to check it out and see where, because like I said, it was on the agenda 20 plus years ago.
Yeah, it might have been just for informational purposes, because I don't know, maybe
may
it's in
have
there. So okay, that's one, two. Now, Ms. Staniszewski, I've got a question for you.
Sure.
What is your intent with this property?
I don't know, because I wanted to get somebody to survey. I know my house is too small for the amount of people that are in there.
Yep.
So I'm either looking for an addition or garage with, an apartment above it. For me and my husband, I'll leave the kids up front. It's just too small.
Okay.
So
All right.
that's, I'm gonna.
It's housing is what you're looking for. That's the use. It's housing.
It's like a ADU or
Okay. That's fine.
a garage. I could rearrange my house, and I do want a driveway on the side.
Okay. So I'll wrap this up. Thank you. I'll just wrap this up. I actually fundamentally agree with the council president on this. I do think that we really need to examine whether or not what we deal with folks already have by right the ability to put housing units on. I think that we should be really questioning if we should be making it easier for that to take place. Rather, I suspect that where I'm sitting, based on the phone calls I got for snow plowing and everything else that we've gotten recently, and I don't need to go through all the hassles that we face regarding what new units mean in our city, but I would really question whether or not we can go forward on something and just allow to make it easier for more housing. So I actually agree with the council president and his reservations and concerns regarding this, and I don't know how I'm going to vote on this. Thank you.
Okay. Any lasting remarks, councilors, before I'm looking for a recommendation on this item? Okay?
I'll make a motion just to allow the council to go through and understand what we're going through at the committee to move it forward. And I will send it up to as a committee report.
As a committee report.
Agreed. Second.
Okay, motion has been made to submit item 48325 as a committee report to the full council, properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it. So I'll see you at next city council meeting.
Can I give you these two other things too? Sure.
Thank you.
Do you have enough for everybody? So I'll make a
Just
copy.
give it to Maria.
Could you give it to our
it to Maria,
clerk and they'll
Maria.
make a copy of it? Thank you.
Is this for me?
I'm looking for a motion to adjourn this meeting if we
So
don't
moved.
have any.
Second.
Properly second. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Thank you, ladies and gents.
Media platforms. At this point, can you please join me in the pledge? Councilors, we don't have any minutes to approve, so we're going straight into new business. The first item is item 3-26, reclassification of non-union position, the update of the Collins Center report to reflect the cost of living adjustments, better known as COLA. And we have our HR director, Director Garcia. You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Cara Garcia, Personnel Director for the record. This presentation concerns the reclassification and compensation plan for the non-union employees that was completed by the Collins Center and became effective in January 1st of 2023. That study was conducted to ensure non-union positions were properly classified and paid competitively with comparable municipalities, particularly because it had been about approximately a decade since a formal review of non-union compensation had been performed. Since the plan's implementation, non-union employees did not receive a general increase in 2024 and received only an average increase of 2.5% effective on January 1st of 2025, while union employees received cost of living adjustments or COLAs under their negotiated 3-year contracts. As a result, the market alignment achieved through the Collins Center study has begun to erode. Rather than commissioning a brand new classification study or restructuring the compensation plan, this proposal makes a modest adjustment by applying a 2.8% COLA based on the CPA or the Consumer Price Index. This adjustment affects 68 employees. It helps the city remain competitive and retain experienced staff while also recognizing that non-union employees do not have access to certain benefits that are available through collective bargaining agreements, such as just cause protections, union representation in grievance matters, and other negotiated allowances such as lump sums, clothing allowances, just to name a few. So for those reasons, we're asking that the City Council vote yes to this or recommend it up to full council.
Thank you. Director, you mentioned that this affects 68 positions. Why wasn't that included in the document, the positions that it's going to affect, if we were to approve this?
The document that was sent down?
Yeah, it's not.
I do have a copy of our draft.
We don't have it.
I know, it was just completed this afternoon.
Councilors, do you have any questions or comments for Director Garcia? Can you state verbally the positions that this will affect?
It would be all of the non-unions,
Oh, okay.
for the most part, unless they have been hired after January 1st of 2025. If they were hired after January 1st of 2025, they would not be receiving the increase.
Okay. Council Vice President Levy?
You say all of the non-union?
Non-union, yes.
Non-union,
Yes.
okay.
Unions, for the most part, are getting their COLAs.
Yes, so I think so that we saw some report right now for the increase for the people that are on the union.
I'm sorry?
That we saw some increase proposed for people in the union.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Those contracts have been in front of you recently.
So, and for, to you, Council President, and this, when it's gonna start?
This would be, good thing that my CAFO is here. Effective 2026.
So by July 1st?
Can you come to the podium, Capo,
Please.
please?
Good evening, councilors. Ramona Ceballos, CAFO. So the last increase was January 1st, 2025. So it will be a year ago last month.
Okay. So that is gonna start, so practically it's gonna be approved by the next budget, but it's gonna be retroactive. That is what you say.
So like we have been bringing before the council, the union negotiations. None of those were in the budget because as we negotiate and come up with the increases, then it's presented to the council, and we also ask for the funding. So this here is updating the Collins reclassification for non-union, which was effective 3 years ago, 2023. So instead of us having to go and do another reclassification with the Collins Center, we're just adjusting it by the COLA.
Okay. So if approved, it's gonna start January the 1st. How many people did you say?
68.
So this recommended, I'm sorry, Counselor, are you all set?
Yeah.
So this recommended minimum annual salary, recommended maximum annual salary reflects the increase that you're proposing.
That's correct. So it would depend on where the employees in the range, essentially.
So here's my issue with this. I understand the cost of living is getting more expensive by the day, but there are some of these positions, and it's not the position itself, and I know we should take people out of the titles, but first, every time we have a position come in front of us, there's supposed to be a range. It's always recommended at the max salary. There's no build up to earn the max salary range. That's a trend that I've been seeing. Secondly, a lot of individuals within leadership positions in the city, as a counselor, they can't, sometimes not all, but sometimes you ask them a question or you make them a comment, you give them feedback, and it's like you're bothering them. So I'm over here being asked to approve this or to be in support of this, but our city services is not up to par. So I'm personally conflicted on how to vote for this. I do think that some positions deserve it and others don't, from the work that I've been seeing as a counselor. And it's really frustrating, not just as a counselor, but also when constituents call you and they say, oh, I called this department, I called that department. They didn't know, they didn't have an answer, they didn't know what I was talking about. And we continue to give these six-figure salaries to folks. When are we going to start doing the right thing so that I could feel comfortable approving something like this? That's all I have to say about this. Any other counselors?
Through you.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Is there any way that we can weave through this list, just following by what Councilor Infante said?
Pertaining to her comment?
Yes.
Unfortunately, we can't weave through the list because then we would be speaking about individuals rather than the positions.
Right.
Because an individual can leave tomorrow, can be either terminated or they can quit, but the position still exists.
Right.
Okay.
Council Vice President.
When do you need this to be approved?
Hopefully sooner rather than later. I know that we still have to get through the Budget and Finance Committee, and because it's an ordinance, it's within the ordinance, I do anticipate it has to go in front of ordinance as well, so we're a couple of weeks out, if I'm not mistaken.
The reason what I'm asking is because I got this today. I haven't had the time to read and to see, So, and to make a decision without looking for something, principle when it's really related to salary is a little hard. That's why I say, how soon. So if we table and look at, and have the time to look everything and the pro and the cons and make the recommendation.
don't have much to say
I
about
would
that.
like some time to review these numbers too.
It would still have to go in front of the budget,
The budget.
which is scheduled for tonight at some point. It would still have to go to ordinance, and it has not gone to an ordinance yet. It hasn't been sent to ordinance yet. So if
And we
next
have an
week,
ordinance tonight, too.
but it's not on the agenda tonight.
No, it's not in the agenda, so we
Right,
are
so-
waiting for the recommendation.
So
yes.
it would, we're at least 2 to 3 weeks out. At least,
Okay.
depending on, obviously, the city council's scheduling.
So this is what I believe might be the best course of action. And that gives the committee members also some time to review and also listen to questions or comments made by the ordinance and the budget committee. Let's table at this level. That way, all three committees can have the opportunity to review this. And once we have the recommendations, we can either schedule another meeting or per council rules, the president has with the vote of the council, but we can also take it out of committee with the five votes and put it under old business once everything goes through its process. I think that's the best way to go about this. So at this time, if anybody wants, if you agree, I would entertain a table motion. If there's no other questions or comments either. Do you have a question? No. Okay. Any other questions or comments, councilors?
So motion to table this labor and then to wait for the other two committees that need to review it.
Second.
And
Okay,
send it to
motion has
the
been
council.
made. Motion has been made by Council Vice President Levy, seconded by Councilor Miguel. No discussion on tabled motions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
All right, the next item, we have item 40-26, confirmation to appoint Adonis Rodriguez Ramirez to the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority, brought to us by the administration. We do have Mr. Rodriguez Ramirez here with us. Good
Hello,
evening.
good evening, everyone.
Please, your name and address for the record.
My name is Adonis Rodriguez. I live in 123 Edge Street, Lawrence, Mass. 01843. I have 2 zip codes because I'm in 3, not 2.
Director Garcia, I'm assuming you're here for the next 2 items as well? So no one? So we have no, okay. Okay. I'm going to allow the discussion because you guys, I see the 2 candidates here, you guys showed up, but I'm not seeing any representation from the administration, so. But I would like I know most of us know you already and know that you are a business owner in the community, but talk to us a little bit more about that background. Why are you interested in serving the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority, and why would you be a good fit for the board?
Well, I want to be part of the city decision making because I've been here in Lawrence for 10 years now. I've been owning business. Matter of fact, I own 2 businesses here in Lawrence. And I have seen you guys searching and analyzing every decision that before being taken, and I think I can do pretty good job doing that because of my background. I'm an industrial engineer. I studied that a long time ago. I came out of the toughest university in Dominican Republic, and I'm looking forward always for the challenge to do the things the proper way.
Thank you. Councilors, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Rodriguez Ramirez? Council Vice President.
For how long are you living in here?
I've been living here for almost 10 years now. September 2016.
Can I know, if possible, the name of your business?
I own now 2 businesses in here. One is Attica Restaurant, and the other one I just bought it, El Vago Cantina.
Which one?
El Vago
Oh,
Canteen.
El Vago Canteen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, have you been part of any redevelopment before?
I've never been part of any board before, but I've been part of the society for a long time in different places, not just here. And I like to be involved in the development of the city where I live, the society where I spend my days.
So, for how long is this position?
It's a 2-year,
It is
Director Garcia, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a 2-year appointment for the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority?
I do not remember off the top of my head,
believe
but
it's
most boards and commissions are 2 years, particularly to the LRA, I'm not sure.
I think it's 2 years too.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I find that I would have liked to see either the chair of the LRA, the senior advisor who put this on, or the mayor's office who put this on. Any other questions or comments?
no, Council.
No.
Do you, Council?
Councilor Gonzalez?
So I see on your application here that you wrote that you've always helped our community. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, as a business owner, not just from here, because I said 10 years, but it's here in Lawrence. I've been doing business for more than 25 years now. When I can say that I've succeeded in business, and when you're succeeding, in my mind, what you need to do is help the people surrounding you, even the business surrounding you, because I don't know if I'm weird, but I like to be the one, not the best one. I like to be surrounded by a lot of excellent people. That's my main goal. I like to, if I know something, I like to teach the one that is around me. Same thing with talking business-wise, talking like society-wise. That's what I have in my mind. So I've been helping, I can tell you, giving utilities to any sports team, helping people in anything that they need if I can do it. That's how I've been like helping the people that lives in right now here in Lawrence, Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to you.
I also would like to know, and I'm going to question this because it's part of our public docs. I know Andrea McCain is the enforcement prosecutor, and I know she's doing a great job with that. We've had conversations, her and I, and also myself and the director. And I also understand that she steps in when help is needed. But making requests to the city council on behalf of the administration, why is that happening?
Sorry, I don't have an answer to that. I'm not privy to any of those type of communications. And if I may be excused, it is Mr. Spanner that is calling me.
Okay. Okay. Councilors, I personally, but I'm not going to hold the committee. I'm going to actually follow whatever the committee decides. But personally, I don't feel comfortable setting this up. We don't have a representative from the LRA. We don't have a representative from the administration's office. Our HR director wasn't informed about this either. So, however, I do know you, and I do know your professionalism and your background, and I know I know the type of person you are, and I do believe you would be a good asset to this board. But actually, now that I'm saying this out loud, I have a question for you. there's conflict currently between the LRA and the city council pertaining the properties that are the city properties. How would you handle yourself during, this is still ongoing, so I'm assuming it's gonna be brought up again. As a board member, how would you handle the relationship between the city council and also the administration, where you're gonna get political pressure from both sides?
Well, that's, I think, something that I've been throughout the whole life, my life, because most of the people thinks about them personally. I'm not the type of that person. I like to be like, I like to bring to the table like conciliation, if I can say, like to understand each parties, if we can say it like that, to get to the best outgoing, not just for one people or for the other people. Saying that, that's something that it might be a little bit tough for anybody to put me in a board, because I'm not the type of people that are gonna say yes just for saying yes. Telling you the truth, my interest is to help the city that I am right now, which is Lawrence. And I learned about that situation sitting in a place nobody knows. I think nobody knows what I was trying to be. I didn't even know that situation was happening. I learned about that situation hearing few people talking about that. And I won't lie, it gets me like, oh, it's something that I try to help the city, but at the same time, definitely it can be something not that good for me as a business owner, but I'm willing to try to be the person that can make everybody understand that we gotta take the right decision for the city, not for personal advantage.
I think I was going to ask a follow-up, but I think you touched upon it a little bit. Many of these properties, for the most part, are being proposed as housing developments. We're seeing the domino effect of our residential situation and how that's impacting our neighborhoods. And perhaps maybe a developer is someone that you know, maybe a friend, but I would want to make sure that if and when these projects go before the LRA, once the conflict is resolved, there are some properties that are not ideal for housing. There are some properties that are, depending on the area of the city. And I don't think, from my conversations, I don't think the LRA is thinking about the future of the city and how that impacts us 10, 15, 20 plus years from now. And having that futuristic vision is highly important. It's not just the present gratification that we need to focus on. That has been another trend that we've been engaging in. So what I ask of you is, if you do get confirmed for this board, to please keep the future of this community in mind. Many of us who are sitting in decision-making roles already have their investments, already have their businesses, are getting ready to retire. They're not thinking about, for example, me turning 32 this month. I'm building that, right? I'm going to be here for a very long time. And I'm only using myself because it's just safer to use myself as an example. But then my generation and younger, we're going to be stuck with the issues that we're not currently fixing because we're just focused on development, or, et cetera. So I'm just going to repeat it. I ask that you also consider the future of our city so that it continues to be the great city that it is.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Council Chair.
Council Vice President.
I would like to make a motion and send item 4026 to the full council as a committee No. Yes, as a committee report. But also, I would like to invite or ask to be there, somebody from the administration or maybe the assessor.
I would like to, if you would make an amendment to also include the chair of the LRA.
Yes, that is what I was thinking to say. Okay?
Mr. Senior Advisor does apologize for not being here. He is feeling under the weather. He did tell me to please take into consideration both of the gentlemen's credentials.
Thank you. All right, there is a motion on the floor to send as a committee report and also a request to send correspondence to the administration and also the chair of the LRA to be present for the next meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Miguel. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it.
Thank you.
We will see you next Tuesday. Thank you. All right, the final item we have is item 41-26, confirmation of Kervin Valdez to the Airport Commission, brought to us by the administration. We do have Mr. Valdez here with us tonight. Mr. Valdez, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. How you doing? Hello.
Hello. Hello. Good evening.
State your name and address for the record. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving the Airport Commission.
My name is Kervin Valdez. Address is 24 Doyle Street. Kervin, K-E-R-V-I-N, Valdez, V-A-L-D-E-Z. The reason why I want to join the Lawrence Airport Board is I've been fortunate enough to spend some time there for the last decade, and I can identify opportunity for the local economy and for our local constituents and workforce, and being a part of it gives me the opportunity to help enhance and complement our community's growth, using my resources, expertise in logistics and airport travel. Is that enough?
All right, councilors, do we have any questions or comments for Mr. Valdez?
Madam Chair.
Council Vice President?
So practically it's the same. We don't have any representation in here from the airport or neither the senior advisor or anybody from the administration. But are you replacing somebody from the commission, or this is a vacant position?
I don't know that much information. I'm assuming I'm just being added or maybe replacing someone.
And this is for how long? Do you know for how long you're going to be
I
there?
believe it's a minimum of 2 years.
Just give me one.
So, are you all set?
Oh, yeah, you
Counselor?
can go ahead.
So it was brought to my attention that, obviously, as we see here in your application, you do have a livery company. And that you have serviced individuals at this airport.
Correct.
Correct. So, and I would have to double check this, but I don't believe that you can conduct business at this airport while serving on the commission. And that might be a conflict of interest.
I think it's a conflict of interest if I try to do direct business or bring on business as I'm serving, which is not my goal.
Okay.
My goal is to help the community expand with the corporate global traffic that's happening in that space.
Right.
It's
And-
not to bring more business to my operation. It's to bring more business to the community.
Right, and I do see your global expertise or background that you have. You did include this in your application. However, it's still a question that needs to be asked.
Sure.
And I would like to get a formal response from the Ethics Commission to get their legal opinion on this. It was also brought to my attention that there was an individual that the board recommended, who is a licensed pilot and has already been interacting with the commission and going to meetings. I don't know why that individual was not considered. I wish someone from the commission or the administration was here tonight to talk about why this individual was not considered, given his activity with the commission, given that he is a licensed pilot, and et cetera. So I'm going to stop here. Councilors, do you have any other questions or comments? Councilors, I would like to table this item until we get a formal response from the Massachusetts Ethics Commission, and also I would like the commission to be here to address the other concern that I just stated, and also I would like Senior Advisor Spanner to be here as well as a representative from the administration so that we can figure this out. On the flip side, I do see Mr. Valdez. I know you have done many things for our community. He also serves on the executive board of Sueños Basketball. He's been involved with our community for a very long time, which I appreciate. But I just want to make sure that we cross our T's and dot our I's, especially with the Ethics Commission portion of it, to make sure that we're okay and that the city isn't, in a bad spot.
I mean, I'm not sure what the difference is between a pilot background and a ground transportation background and logistics expert. Air, ground, and land is the same. We all cover the same sectors. It's all part of the same infrastructure of logistics. He's just in the air, we're ground, there's land. So what I can tell you is from the experience and the global leaders that I have been attending to in that space, there's been a huge neglect in the level of community growth that can be happening. So it doesn't matter if he's a mechanic, pilot, or landman or lineman. It's the fact that we need to take action, and it's for the higher, greater good for the community. It's not about for my business, it's about for us.
Right. No, I'm following you. I also I know that you do care about the community. I don't
Dearly.
think you will be a negative factor if you were to be approved to be on this commission. But I do want to double check with the Massachusetts Ethics Commission. That's really my primary concern. Everything else, I know we'll have that discussion, but really my foundational concern is that.
Sure thing.
I can certainly send a message to Mr. Spanner with everything that you just said. And also, just so that Mr. Valdez is clear, the request has to come from you. Otherwise, the State Ethics Commission won't provide a legal opinion to anyone but the person asking.
Request for
The opinion, the legal opinion of whether or not you can serve on the commission
Oh,
and still
gotcha.
conduct business with
Gotcha.
with the commission.
And if it's preferred in email, that way that we can have it in writing. It's obviously easier to call them, but that way we can all have a copy of it. It does take them, it could be a week, it could be 2 weeks. Sometimes it takes them a little bit long, but it's important for us to have it on the record. I know we're gonna get asked about this, and that's why I'm making the statement public.
I've been in the city, living here 30 years plus. I've been an established business in the city since 2013. I've been working the Lawrence Airport, my operation has been working the Lawrence Airport for over a decade. If it had to create a conflict of me trying to gain more business, I would have never put myself in this position. This has nothing to do with gaining business. This has to do with bringing more to the community.
No, I 100% understand that. And you as a business owner, knowing how liabilities and stuff like that works,
Correct.
you can understand why it's important for us to have in writing from the Massachusetts Ethics Commission stating that you're clear to continue.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Councilors, can I have a motion to table item 41-26?
Second.
Motion has been made by Councilor Levy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Miguel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it. I recommend send that email as soon as you get home.
Okay.
That way we can get the ball rolling.
Okay.
Thank
Can I get
you.
an email contact?
I can certainly provide that for you.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilors, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
The motion has been made.
Second.
Properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it. Thank you.
Okay.
Like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here in the City Council chamber or view the meeting through our YouTube page. Councilors, at this point, can you join me in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilors, can I have a motion to approve the minutes from our January 12th, 2026 meeting?
Motion to approve.
Motion has been made by the Vice Chair, seconded by the Council President. Discussion on the minutes. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it. All right, first item under new business, we have item 27-26, authorization to expend $13,900 for the SFY 2026 Commonwealth Project Safe Neighborhood Initiative with Massachusetts State Police grants. And we have Director Shepard here from the Lawrence Police Department. This is a grant that we approve on a yearly basis. Director, you have the floor.
Good evening, City Councils. Rosa Shepard, Director of Support Services at Lawrence Police Department. For the past 6 years, the Lawrence Police Department has had the privilege of partnership with the state police as a sub-grantee under the Project Safe Neighborhood, or PSN, that's usually it's called. This program provides critical resources to help combat violence, crime, and improve public safety in the city of Lawrence, or our community. The key component of our efforts has been that the Lawrence Police Department, with the Street Narcotics Enforcement Unit, has undertaken a comprehensive approach to supplement investigations and conduct proactive street enforcement patrols aiming to preventing, deterring, and disrupting street crimes, gang activity, firearms, and drug distribution. The PSN, Project Safe Neighborhood, has also allowed the street narcotics enforcement members to conduct undercover investigations and operations throughout the city, targeting narcotics and firearms, and apprehending those responsible on distributing opioids. Unfortunately, the city of Lawrence has been identified as the primary source opioid in New England, with residents from nearby states, including New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, which travels throughout New England to come to the city of Lawrence to purchase the dangerous opioid and firearms.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments for Director Shepherd? Councilor LaPlante.
That's actually one of the first times I actually heard somebody officially say that we're the opioid capital of New England. I don't think I've ever heard. If I have, I not remember saying that. But when these grants come up through you, when these grants come up, I'm curious to see, and especially long-time grants like this, just some stats that tell me that this thing's working. That, I mean, it's one thing to get money, and that's fantastic, right? But if we're getting money and there's no results, I mean, what's the sense? So do you have any numbers? Do you have anything that can buttress or support that this is a worthwhile public expenditures that we're getting into the city?
In regards to public expenditure, or in regards to the grant?
The grant.
The grant. Are you looking for the results or the actual numbers?
I want to know, this is all about numbers, about results, not about the dollar amounts. I want to know the dollar amounts that we're bringing in. What does that mean? What impact is that having in our city?
Good evening, councilors.
Good evening.
Joe Bolia, I'm a sergeant with the Lawrence Police Department. I'm in charge of the drug unit and the gang unit. And again, thank you for having us again tonight. I know you said this is a yearly grant. So last year when I was here, I actually provided packets to everybody with the previous year's totals and whatnot, and we had a really successful year. But I'll just spout out just over the last couple of years. So obviously it's a partnership that we do with the Mass State Police and other cities and towns that are involved in this: Barnstable, Boston, Brockton, Fall River, Holyoke, Lawrence, Lynn, and Springfield.
Sergeant, if you don't mind, I'm not looking for an overview of the program. I just want to know, just because we're short on time, I
Yep.
don't mean to cut you off. I just want to know.
So-
just give me data on.
So I'll give you, I have it broken down into two parts. So for 2021 to 2024, so just in a 3-year span, and then I'll get into last year's numbers. Now, this grant only goes from March until June. We have to use it, hopefully it gets approved, we can start using it immediately, and it ends June 30th. So in the 3-month span, over those last 3 years, just in Lawrence, we executed 525 arrests, we seized 32 firearms, approximately 20,000 grams of fentanyl, and approximately 11,000 grams of cocaine. Last year, for the 2025 grant, again, that was March until June. The Street Crimes Unit, we executed 64 arrests. We cleared 47 outstanding arrest warrants. We executed 8 search warrants, seized 4 firearms, 3,446 grams of fentanyl, 208 grams of cocaine, 30 grams of methamphetamine, and over $15,000 in cash. So in a 3-month span, that's...
Great, thank you. So my question now is this: if we didn't have this grant that provided for this program, are you telling me that these results would not have taken place?
Correct. These stats here that I just read off are over and above what we do on our regular patrol. Correct. Yes. So we would still have our regular stats. These are extra.
Thank you.
Not extra, but while we worked on the grant.
I mean, what kind of, I'll ask you this one kind of metaphorical question, and I won't be doing this that often. If we didn't have this grant here in the city, and you didn't have these arrests, these warrants, the grams of fentanyl, the grams of cocaine, and the search warrant arrests, et cetera, that you just described, I mean, is this a drop in the bucket compared to what we're facing in the city, or is this a significant effort and response to what we're facing in the city? I mean, give me context is my question.
So in a 3-month span, I mean, if any department, and again, this is just the extra patrol, so whatever the grant was last year, I forget what the exact number was, to make 64 arrests at that, those quality arrests, the 4 firearms, the 3,500 grams of fentanyl is, again, those are amazing numbers. I've been in the drug business a long time, in charge of the unit since 2018. I was in the drug unit before that for 10 years. And those are, the numbers are excellent. And again, we're out every day doing our job and trying to combat the drug problem and the gang problem and the gun problem. This is just over and above. So on this grant, we have to work with the Mass State Police. So, at the end of their shift or at the end of our shift, these are extra patrols that we do together. So the drug unit will be together, the 3 guys and myself, and then 3 or 4 guys from the state police. So now we have 6 or 7 guys at the same time going out there and focusing on one certain area or one drug investigation or whatnot. So, obviously it's, the more the merrier. Yeah, I think the numbers speak for themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you, Council President?
Yeah, I have a question. Ms. Shepard, when you were mentioning, you gave that statement that it was first time I hear, but I mean, I actually, if that's the case, we need to deal with it. But you also mentioned that people come from other state to buy drugs, fentanyl, and opioid derived drugs. And also you mentioned to buy guns or to actually, I mean, I just want to have, like, what is that you have there when it comes to the gun on your statement?
Well, my apology if I mentioned the gun, but it's just only for the opioid part.
Okay. So it's not like,
No,
Understand, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to send it to the full council with a further recommendation.
Motion has been made by the Council President, seconded by Council Marmol. Any further discussion on the matter? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is item 30-26, reclassification of non-union position, update of the Collins Center report to reflect the cost of living adjustments COLA, and we have the HR director, Director Garcia, here with us.
Good evening.
Good evening. Director Garcia.
Should I go through my spiel again?
Yeah. Yes. New set of counselors here. Different set, not new. Different set of counselors here.
Yes, absolutely. So this presentation concerns the reclassification and compensation plan for non-union employees that was completed by the Collins Center and became effective on January 1st of 2023. That study was conducted to ensure that non-union positions were properly classified and paid competitively with comparable municipalities, particularly because it had been almost a decade since a formal review of non-union compensation had been performed. Since the plan's implementation, non-union employees did not receive a general increase in 2024 and received only an average increase of 2.5 in January 1st of 2025, so just last year. While union employees received cost of living adjustments under their negotiated 3-year contracts, as a result, the market alignment achieved through the Collins Center study has begun to erode. Rather than commissioning a brand-new classification study or restructuring the compensation plan, this proposal makes a modest adjustment by applying a 2.8 COLA based on the CPA, or the Consumer Price Index. This adjustment affects 68 employees. It helps the city remain competitive and retain experienced staff, while also recognizing that non-union employees do not have access to certain benefits that union employees do under their collective bargaining agreements, such as just cause protections, union representations and grievance matters, and other negotiated allowances such as lump sums and clothing allowances, to name a few. So for those reasons, we're asking that the City Council send this up with a favorable recommendation to the full council.
Thank you, Director. So councilors, before I go into the questions and comments, we did have this before the Personnel Committee just before this meeting. The Personnel Committee tabled the item to wait to see what the discussions were going to be in Budget and also Ordinance Committee. We also received the spreadsheet tonight of what those numbers look like pertaining, that reflect the changes, so members also wanted some time to review that data. And I am, for the most part, questions were around how many individuals. I made a comment expressing my frustration of some of these positions as counselors, when you ask questions or you give feedback or whatever the case may be, that the feedback you get back, it's like they have this attitude like they can't be bothered. And that's really frustrating as a counselor. I also expressed that I receive calls from my constituents at times that when they make calls to departments, they are unable to get service because the person or the department doesn't know what they're talking about, or whatever the case may be. So my frustration with that is that now I understand that the cost of living is going up. However, I don't believe city services are up to par. Not in every area, but in general, just to generalize it. And I feel conflicted that now I'm being asked to give another raise to these high-level positions. I also brought up the fact that, at least at the council level, when these positions, some of these positions that require confirmation, when they come in front of the council, they're always started at, for the most part, at the max range instead of the minimum, being able to work up to show whether or not they comply with the KPIs within contracts and et cetera. So those are, I did the most talking, so those are the primary concerns that were discussed, and as a committee as a whole, we wanted more time to review the data and also hear what the Budget and Ordinance Committee were going to say about this. I saw Council President first and Councilor LaPlante. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. So the reason that I send this item to multiple committees is because it's different aspect of the contract, of the study that were done back in 2020, starting in 2020, 21, and approved by the council 2022, if I remember correctly.
23.
Yeah, it went in effect in 2023. So for about 2.5 years, this was under discussion, implementation of the study, and then subsequently approved by the council back in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2022 took effect. Am I correct? Thank you. So now increasing it, increasing the money part of it, is also important to take a look at what is it that we did during the study, and what was the intent of the study. what I'm seeing here that is missing tremendously, that it's gonna give me a full picture, is that we only see the recommended minimum salary from the study. But we're not seeing what is it that it was back in 2023 for those positions, perhaps. And that way I can give you a good example. If we look at I don't want to take positions.
Hold on, Council President, excuse me, do you have more copies of the spreadsheet?
Fortunately, I have just one more copy.
Well, because they're gonna.
Yeah, let me ask the questions and then I'll pass it over. So if I look at it, if I look at a position from, let's say, from the grade B, perhaps, any position from grade B, it's 100,000. That's 100,000 the minimum. And it goes, any position from grade B, it goes all the way to 145,600, right?
That's correct.
So what is it that it was on 2020, whatever, 21, 19, 19? What is it that it was there? And then due to the result of the study, now increasing the minimum to $100,000.
So I'm not sure what the original, what data
Exactly.
they used. However,
Exactly.
I can tell you that the Collins report, the purpose of the Collins report was to make sure that our employees were being paid competitively compared to other.
Yeah, I'm gonna
to
get there.
other
I got you.
communities. So the 2020, let's call it 2022, although it was instituted or established in 2023, would be the current Collins report. That does, I believe, has some of the numbers that you're requesting. So it's the
Yes,
current
but
Collins
the
report.
thing is that this is what I want to get. I don't want to lose my my thought. This is what I wanted to get into the point. Before we went into before we approved this study, we don't know what the minimum was, because right now we're looking at this. If the minimum for grade B was perhaps $80,000, we jump into the minimum now at that moment, which was $100,000, to the maximum of $145,000. What happened at that point, and this is the case of, I believe, a good 80 to 90% of the employees that are there, that they are maxed out to 145,000. And if they're maxed out to 145,000, what that tells me is that they went from 80,000, I'm just picking a number, this is not the correct number, from 80,000 on 2023, and in 2026, we increased $65,000 per position. So it is an increase of 2.5%. It is an increase of going from 80,000 that you were at 2023 to in 2026, you are maxed out on 145,000. So we increasing $65,000 to a position that if it was $80,000 before, and you increase $65,000 more, we are increasing over 80% of that position. So, and that's why the Collins study is not telling us this part right here is not telling us the whole story, because the increase has been almost 80% of the salary. And give me 1 minute. Hold on 1 second. I got you. But just let me finish with my thought. And also, what is important to recognize is that the Collins study or Collins report is telling us that the new minimum is 100,000. But you cannot max out on 2 years, 3 years. You can't. It's supposed to be that the minimum is this amount, and if you are at 80,000 at that point for grade B, I'm giving an example, and now the Collins studies is telling us the minimum is 100,000. The administration should manage those salaries to be at 100,000 at that point, and then subsequently increase the living wage plus another percentage of 1 year, and then keep on going up. But to me, this situation was not managed properly. The intent of it, and the approval of it was not to just max out every position just because. Because that's why the study is telling us the minimum should be that and the maximum should be that. And that's why we're in the situation now that we need to increase 2.8% or who knows what. It's like, I don't know, I think that it was mismanaged, the whole thing, because it was not called to max out every position within 3 years.
So if I may.
Yeah.
So I understand your concerns, but I want to touch upon a couple of things. When you're referring to maxing out, first and foremost, I think that most of the employees that are hired have to either start at a minimum or a mid-range per the ordinance. Mid-range showing that you have the background experience, training, and/or the required education, right? So you can start at mid-range and just start at day one. You can start at mid-range if you have all of the necessary requirements. Again, background experience, training, so on and so forth.
Or loft.
I'm sorry?
Or loft. Yeah, or loft. If you have love for the community,
That
and
is
then
well.
you can be maxed out anytime.
Well,
And this is what we have lived in the city of Lawrence.
I don't know if that's the case.
I can give you a
However-
couple examples. Do you want me to go through
No,
that?
no, please.
Okay, thank
I
you.
do not need my employees' names circulating.
If you have love for the community, and then you can max out.
So that is point one, and I lost my train of thought. Sorry, it's
I
late.
apologize.
I've been up since 4:30.
Are you also, I'm gonna go,
No,
I'll
I just
remember
wanna-
eventually.
Counselor
Open up the
Platt,
discussion,
and
yeah.
Counselor Platt, I had a. I'm gonna wait.
And if I may, I know that this wasn't my point, but I understand your concerns. However, I want to stick to the positions because as I stated in personnel, it's about positions. Someone can quit and someone can be terminated tomorrow, but the position still remains. So if we're looking at positions, if everyone is getting, at least most of the unions are getting at least a 2.5 plus all of their allocated benefits that they're getting, including, like I said, large lump sums, allowances, and so on and so forth, which non-unions are not entitled to. Non-unions just get exactly what you see, which is a salary. And that's not, I don't like talking numbers because I went to law school for a reason. I'm very bad at numbers. But when you're including an 11% just for retirement and all of the other added taxes and your medicals and all of everything else, a lot of our employees are being poached. Because we are not competitive at this point. You have people being poached from Andover, North Andover, Haverhill, Methuen. I mean, just the person that left prior to Attorney Owens, Gina LaGreca left to Methuen and still is in Methuen.
But that's a qualified candidate.
No.
We're seeing a trend that not even the minimal requirements are being satisfied in the city of Lawrence. So the ones that actually have the qualifications to go to Methuen for that higher salary, to go to North Andover, Wilmington, et cetera, are leaving because they're able to go through that interview process with their qualifications. So we, again, I mentioned this in personnel, we are giving high six-figure salaries to individuals that don't even meet the minimum qualifications. And I understand that individuals leave and the positions stay. But we're also seeing a trend where this administration has not fixed that. They continue to bring on people who still don't check off the minimal requirements that we post and that we make an ordinance of. That's the situation that we have when it comes, one of the factors that we have when it comes to these salaries and these salary ranges. Councilor Platt.
First question is, the council president mentioned he sent this to multiple committees. I'm just wanting to know what part of this are we supposed to be focusing on at this committee?
Council
That
President.
my intent was for us to look at the numbers at the Budget and Finance Committee. The personnel The intent was to look at the qualification, all that, to see if we follow up on that. And then ordinances, in case that any ordinance change have to be looked at. So the intent is for us to look at the numbers, exactly what I was focusing on, which is basically what is it that we're gonna be paying, the percentage and all that stuff. But we have the item here, feel free to ask any particular questions.
Hopefully it's not math.
This is the Budget and Finance.
As if she's an
I'm gonna
attorney.
tag in our capital.
Yeah, pass it over.
So just so I'm clear, so I thank you for the sheet. For those of us who are struggling with age and need bigger numbers, is there a way possible we can get bigger numbers?
Oh, did you know?
Can you send it digitally as well?
This is,
No.
I mean, I'd be very confident in my abilities. I'm flattered, but it's hard for me to read.
Don't you have a one?
So what I think I'm seeing here is a 2.8% increase, is that right?
That's correct.
That's what we're looking for. That's the cost of living adjustment that you're describing?
That's correct.
And then, so one of the columns is, that's the amount, and then the second set of columns, that looks like that's the new adjusted numbers from minimum to all the way, midpoint and maximum, just so I'm clear.
Yes.
Okay, so, all right. One of the things that I think we have to be careful of is when we start making comments, I just, and I don't know, when there was, if the comment was made that folks are not qualified, or that people are being put to the very top of the rung, if I'm listening to this discussion and I need to make a wise and educated decision, an informed decision on whether or not I support or not support that, and I'm hearing those comments, there needs to be some basis for it. I need to hear if not just people are unqualified getting it. Well, who's unqualified? What are the positions that are happening? If I'm hearing that folks are at the very top of the at the maximum level, and they should not be there, it's important for me to know, well, I mean, do we have any data on that? Because as I'm looking at this, and I'm being asked to adjust these things, and the personnel director makes a very good point. We're not looking at individuals, we're looking at the position, and if somebody leaves, you need to have, that's the basis of what we're doing. But pragmatically, I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues also makes sense. If we have a system right now that's in place that is doing what I'm hearing, well, we are undercutting the very system that we're trying to have that we voted on back in 2002 or 3, whatever year we voted on it. So I'm asking my colleagues if we're gonna, and I know that somebody wants to say something, but I'm eager to hear. If we got comments, I want to hear them. Now, I'm not sure if this is necessarily the forum for those kinds of discussions, but if we're going to be bringing these things up, I'm kind of torn. Council Chair.
Thank you. Pertaining to Councilor Plant, so as a councilor, I've been on this council for 5 years. Throughout the 5 years, we have voted on individuals that have not met the minimum qualifications. They're live streamed and there's a voting record. I can get you your voting record and also the personnel live streams and I'm only saying yours because you're the one that's asking this question, that can reflect or can be data towards your questions. So one particular, and I'm going to use this as an example because it was a long time ago, ISD director, former acting ISD director, did not have the minimum qualifications. This administration wanted to put him permanently. So luckily, in that particular incident, we did have a candidate that at least met the minimum qualifications, and he's doing an amazing job. Look at the situation that's going on with community development. I can go on. We're not, I'm not here to act like things like this have not been before us, because you as a council know very well it has been before the committees and the full council. I'm not talking about one specific person. I'm talking about the trend that we're seeing over and over again that this administration is doing. And yes, this does pertain, this is relevant to those, to the COLA, to those numbers, and also the positions. So we either speak up about it, or we continue with the status quo, and then we'll continue to see services in our community declining.
So let's just play this out. Let's say that everything that the chair said is accurate and true, and I'm not here to debate the chair on those. What is it? What's the recommendation then? Is the recommendation, is the advice then to vote against this because of these things? And is that the direction is that the argument that's being espoused here? What other alternatives are there? I'm just curious as to where we're going.
I can tell you from my point, my statement during the Personnel Committee was, I don't know how I'm going to vote on this because of the trend that I continue to see. And it's unfortunate that, yes, it might affect an entire 68 individuals because the administration continues to not do the right thing in terms of this. I can't speak for any other. I don't know what HR is doing to ensure that qualifications are met, KPIs are met, or, our processes for that. When we do ask about it, what I hear continuously is something's being worked on. I don't know where you are at with that. But even with that, to ensure that we are following our ordinances and we are hiring individuals that at least meet the minimum qualifications, that do have the expertise to have these salary ranges. There is no accountability. There is no process for accountability or follow-up. So, and we have asked about it. The feedback is we're working on it. So I actually don't know. I don't have an answer for you, because this isn't the first time that this type of topic has been brought up to HR and to the administration.
So HR is here. Attorney, you've been hearing the conversation here. So I would love to get your kind of reaction and response to what you're hearing this evening.
What I'm hearing is that you're being inclined to essentially penalize the non-union, while the union they have their union representatives negotiating on their behalf, and they're sitting for hours and months on end, like we have been. They have contracts. And now, while I understand that those contracts, some of them are still in front of you, they've been ratified by their members. They're accepting the numbers. But what I see here is that the non-unions are being treated a little bit disparately, just a tad bit. Because again, the unions have protections. The unions have their bargaining units. They have their own attorneys that work for them and fight zealously for their rights. But the non-unions, here we are. And while I understand that there are some concerns, there's a whole bunch of us. There's a whole bunch of us that are going to be affected. Just like you said, it might be the whole 68 of us. Because I can include myself in there. I'm a non-union.
So I will leave you with this. My sense is that we have two issues here. I'm going to put them in two boxes. One issue is what I'm hearing from the personnel director, which is that out of fairness, we need to go ahead and provide folks with adjustments to their salary, because we all know how expensive life has been getting in the last several years. And while if you're a union, you are getting those protections and those allowances, and we need to be fair and equitable and provide those same kinds of understanding that those financial economic pressures are still attuned for those folks who are non-union. So that's one side of what I'm hearing. The other side of what I'm hearing is that we've got real issues with some of the personnel decisions that have been made, and it just seems very unfair that some folks are, and I'm going to put words. These are I'm extrapolating, so these may not be the words others have used. Favoritism has been utilized. People who are unqualified are getting positions, et cetera. There's a whole list of things. I'm just wondering, and I don't know. I've been hearing the same things as well, but I think what I'm looking for then is I'm okay with a vote on COLA, right? I'm okay with that because that fundamentally makes sense to me. That fairness thing, that makes sense to me. That I think we need to do that for our employees. Poaching is real. The job market is real. That's a real element. So I'm okay with that. But what I think I'm hearing, and this is where I think we can use your expertise, Director, and your help, is if colleagues of mine have issues regarding the things that they already mentioned, there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way for us, because I think what I'm hearing is we're looking for leverage, and we're not finding leverage. And now we've got a leverage point. You want this? We better act up because we're not going to get this. People are looking for leverage, right? So my point here is, rather than holding this hostage, is there an opportunity outside of this that the concerns that I'm hearing this evening can be addressed?
I believe
And what
so.
is that?
I'm always available. I've had a couple of city council members come to my office, and we've had, really good conversation and pretty frank conversation. So my office is always open.
But that's fantastic, and I'm grateful. I've used that, and I'm appreciative of the fact that you've been available and very candid, and I appreciate the confidence, et cetera, that in our conversation. That's fantastic. But I want to go beyond that. I'm asking you, is there an opportunity for city councilors to have what I'm hearing this evening is saying, either if they're feeling specific cases and they're able to say this person is something is wrong, what is the vehicle by which a city council, are we waiting for the 2027 budget where we're looking for budget cuts? Because that was tried, I think, last year at some levels for FY 2026. Is that the lever that people are going to be using? People are looking for a lever, some sort of mechanism by which they can go ahead and make known the concerns that they have regarding and these are allegations at this point because nothing's been proven, but allegations that there's been favoritism and things that are happening that shouldn't be happening in our city. What is that, besides talking to you?
That's the first step.
But what can you do? What can you do?
I need to know a little bit more
What-
specifically, like you said.
Okay.
I think I need a little bit more examples or particularities. Now, I don't want that to be a public record
Yeah.
because obviously that has to do with the names and confidentiality of our city employees. We don't want to necessarily blast them out there and their personal information and their salaries and so on. So I think that's our first avenue, let's say.
I'll roll back. I'll listen to the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Council President.
All right, thank you. A couple of things here that I have here. Couple of things that we have. I don't know if you noticed that the last position that the city council approved through a grant, the council chair of this committee, Councilor Infante, she put a copy art on that specific position. And she says the following. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. If minimum qualification is not met, this grant is not longer authorized. You know why she did that?
Why I added that clause?
Why? Because we have seen positions that were filled with not meeting the minimum requirement based on education, based on experience. And this is put in a very nice, in a nice way. We're seeing that. And what we're seeing here is that positions that were filled with not meeting the minimum requirements out of love. And there is a reason why I mentioned love. It's because the mayor have mentioned that in a public setting, that there is people that were professional, that they don't have that love for the city of Lawrence, And we as a council, we can actually add anything to an ordinance, but at the end of the day, if you don't have that passion, that love for the city of Lawrence, you're not getting that job. And there is people that don't have the minimum requirements for a position, and they'll still get the position because they do have that. And essentially, when we put all that work, all that effort into an ordinance, to have somebody qualified to come to the city of Lawrence, and to allow people like you guys to have not only the minimum requirements to work for the city of Lawrence, instead you go above and beyond to work hard, to advance yourself through the school, through the study and all that, and be able to work in an environment that people are, when we are talking about grades, if people are on that specific grade, that they meet the minimum requirement for that grade. Essentially, what we're seeing here is that is not being met. And even though we do, the legislative body, we put that in place and we emphasize that those minimum requirements attached to a salary, we put that on the ordinance, but I mean, that's not always the case. And as a HR director, that the minimum requirement is not always met on positions. And we all know that ultimately the mayor is the one appointing people on positions, even though the minimum requirement for publication is met, but not necessarily the minimum requirements. And we all know that those people not necessarily, after 6 months, stay on the minimum range of the salary range that what we're looking at. That they jump in right away to mid-range, and potentially within a year, 2 years, they go to the top and max out on that specific range. We are not using this as a punishment for the non-union employee. What we're looking for is to have a system that no matter what happens, you need to go through the system to max out. Perhaps I give you a good example. Mark LaPlante, Councilor Marmo, and myself, we all the same employee. We all the employee. You know what the state use? Steps and salary increase. If you're at step 14, I'm talking about like my area. If you're step 14, and then you're maxing out on that salary. But if you begin in step 3, step 4, step 5, you need to go through the steps every year. And you know how much salary you're going to be getting. When we approved this study back in 2022 and get implemented in 2023, we were expecting the city and the administration to follow a process, not just to give the maximum based on somebody's signature. That's not how we work. Because this is part of the taxpayers' money. It's not my money at all, but it's the taxpayers that we've been asking them to step up on tax increasements for the last 2 years. The last tax increasements we have, it was 4.60 something, I think, over 4% on property taxes. And it's not about penalizing the non-employee. No, we don't want to look at the position. We want to look at the system. Because we have ordinance that we need to follow with the minimum requirements for those positions. And those, if we don't meet those requirements on those ordinance, and then we cannot, look at the situation the same way. We can't, because at the end of the day, what we're looking for is to have a system that is fair, but also that is followed. That's the most important part. If we would have this system in place and the minimum requirement going again from grade B, that it was 60 something, 70 something, and the minimum become in 2023 100,000, that person should be at 100,000 or mid-range, but not to the max within a year or two, or not starting up right away on the max. Because it was supposed to be scaled up and based on steps. And if that's the case, we would have a couple of years of giving over 5% to any city employee. And we would never get, or it will take a while for us to get to 145,000, just putting you the example of grade B. It's like the grade B range from 100,000 to 145,000. But we don't know what was the minimum before, like, or the maximum before. Like it is like we need to develop a system that is based on something, and then increase it. No problem. I have no problem with the 2.8% increase whatsoever. You know what I have problem with? Is that the steps that we're not taking, and everybody's maxed out of nowhere. There is people here that in the city of Lawrence that are maxed out without having the proper time and the institutional knowledge to be maxed out on a salary. And it shouldn't because it's unfair. It's unfair for the people that's been here for 20 years, that they are not maxed out yet.
And speaking of that, to add that, because fairness was brought up, to add to your comment, Council President, we have non-union employees that have been advocating for years for a higher salary. And for whatever reason, for those employees, the answer is there's no money. There's no money. But we get positions that are already maxed out with contracts that have the 3%, or when it's budget season, it's a $30,000 salary raise, et cetera. Where is that balance? Because we're going to talk fairness. Let's talk about fairness across the board. I don't see that balance. And what I'm hearing is that you don't see that balance either. I'm going to give, are you all set, Council President? Council Marmo, you haven't said any, do you have any questions or comments? Or are you all set?
What I'll add to this is that I do concur with the sentiments of my colleagues. I think I heard you say that union already have 2.5% increase when there's COLA negotiations.
For the most part, most of them have been ratified, at least the civilians.
Okay, and is that the reason why we didn't do a study for union members? We only focus on non-union?
That's a convoluted question.
I'm just wondering.
So,
like, how do we come about doing the study?
This study
for
so
non-union.
For a non-union.
Yeah, that's what we're speaking on.
Well, you were just speaking about unions. So if we're talking about non-unions, this came about, like I said in the beginning. It looks like there was because this was way prior to my time. It looks like the non-union positions hadn't had an increase of some sort or some compensatory a study done in over a decade. So they were extremely underpaid, essentially, in order to come to par with their neighboring cities or similar municipalities. So that's how this came about. Now, pertaining to your question regarding the unions, that's something that needs to be negotiated.
Okay.
So from my understanding, the unions have asked year over year for them to have a cost of COLA study for their negotiations.
Has to be negotiated. So
So why is there isn't money to also do a cost of living study for union contracts, but for non-unions, there is money to do the study?
This was performed years ago and hadn't been performed in over a decade.
Okay.
So they were, like I said, they were extremely underpaid.
Right.
Now, unions, year after year, get a 2.5. Typically, contract years are 3 years at a term. So year after year, they're getting either 3%, which was what was in the past for the most part. This year is the 2.5 for the most part across the board, right? So they get their increases. Non-unions hadn't gotten an increase in over 10 years because there hadn't been a compensatory study performed. Now, if any given union wants to have a compensatory study performed to their positions, it has to be negotiated. Same thing. So if they want, let's say, very, negotiations, you got to give so you can get.
Understood. Counselor?
In this sheet that we're looking at, and this is my first time seeing it, so, and I'm trying to understand it, because I don't know if you, during personnel, if you were giving a breakdown in us understanding what you're referencing here. I was just hoping to see, and maybe you could just let me know that it's already there, what the current salary is. So we're looking at recommended minimum and recommended maximum. I would like to see where everyone is at and what that would mean given the 2.8% increase.
To the specific positions, like where the position is currently being paid?
The individuals get, yes.
Okay, so that I don't have. Now, if what we're looking at is at the position, then that's where we look at the last Collins report.
I want to make sure that you understood, or that I'm understanding your response. Because I'm looking at the recommended minimum annual salary for that position and what the max is for that position. So I was looking for like a middle column that tells me what that position is like what is the city currently paying that individual for that position.
Right, so
And
you're
then-
asking for particularity as to what the person is being paid.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because it helps me understand, are they more on the minimum side? Are they already maxed out? And then given the 2.8, what does that, like, how would that reflect? I think this question is more for Ramona. If approving this, does that also reflect any changes? So you know how during budget, right? The mayor, during the next fiscal year, he's already planning out what the changes are, if any. If approving this, I'm trying to see, how could I word it?
I think I know.
Would
what
there
you're
be
saying.
any potential additional increases on top of the 2.8%?
So this would be the amount that each department needs to reflect on their budget. Now, this is a calendar year versus a fiscal year. So we are going to assume that for the rest of the fiscal year, it's going to stay the same. Then come next year, we can come back to the council and ask for an additional appropriation. So it wouldn't be reflected, the budget's not going to increase, it's going to reflect what this has.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So
Yes.
this and not an additional, because I didn't know when this would this come into play right when budget is approved?
So this was explained in the personnel, but I'll repeat it now just for the new members. The last cost of living adjustment for the non-unions was effective January 2025. So a year ago, a month ago. So this will be effective January. So it will be the whole calendar year for 2026.
Okay.
And before that, just so you know, 2023 was the first year that the Collins Center was implemented. 2024, there was no increase for the non-unions.
Okay. But say that.
Point of information.
Of course,
Council
because
President.
people were mid-range and then they were maxed out at the end of 2024.
But I just want,
That's why.
right, but not everybody's at the max. I do want you to
No,
understand
but the thing
that.
is like if nobody's on the max, you have the room because this 2.8% is only for the max outs. Yes.
No, it's
it
for
is.
everybody.
No, it's
for
not
ev-
because you know why?
We are not giving an increase.
Let me explain to you as of why.
My confidential
You
secretary
give
would
me a second. Give me a second. If it is not for the max out, you have room to increase salaries.
We don't.
Sorry, I have to excuse
don't have it.
myself. The vice chair will be taking over the rest of the meeting. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you. If you're not max out, I mean, if you're not max out, like let's say perhaps I give you a great example, stay on the grade B. If you're at the 130,000 right now, 100,000, that range from 100,000 to 145,000. And if you are making 130,000 right now, are you telling me that the city is not increasing the salary to that person?
We do not have that in the budget, so we need the council to approve the
No,
funding.
but you can increase it at the budget season.
No, because it will be effective January. We do
Ramona.
not have that in the budget.
Ms. Scarfo,
Yes.
you have the ability to increase salary if people are not maxed out. The only people that you cannot increase salary is to the people that are maxed out, which is, this is going to
Right,
benefit
so
to.
that's what the ordinance part of it is, but the budget and finance portion is someone that is in the budget for 63,000, I cannot increase 2.8%. The
Until
budget's
June.
Well, no, because.
Until June, and then
Again,
in June, you put it on the budget and you increase the salary.
I think we have an issue with calendar versus fiscal. So the last time the non-unions got a raise was January 2025. So they have not, a month ago in January, it's been a year since they got a raise. So in order for me to allow them to get a raise, I need to ask for funding from the council before the next budget.
But what you're looking for on this 2.8% increase is to have room to increase to those that are
Yes,
maxed out.
it's twofold. You're right. You are correct. It's twofold. The ones that are maxed out, I need permission from the
To increase
ordinance.
2.8%.
Right. But the ones that are not maxed out, I need that as well.
You need, but
I need
what
the
you need-
funding, 'cause
what
I
you
do
need-
not
what
have
you
that
need
in
is
the
the
budget.
funding.
Correct.
And on January, November, in June, you put it on the budget as a recommended increasement on that specific salary. And if the budget get approved, you have the funding.
Well, no, I'd like to give them a January 2026, because that's when their raise is due.
They're missing out on several months.
6 months worth of,
So basically, you given, like, anybody that you increase salary on June last year,
no, the last raise was January 2025, not June.
what is the percentage of people being maxed out on this thing? Just the percentage of people. If we have 100 people, how many of those are maxed out of the 100?
I'd have to get that to you.
And if I may,
Go ahead.
I think we're villainizing if you're mid-range or you're maxed out. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think you're villainizing if you're mid-range or you're maxed out. You can have, like I said, you can have the experience, the training, the background, and be mid-range or at the max, and you should still be entitled to a COLA. I mean, if you go to the grocery store, last year is not the same thing that you're getting when you go to the grocery store this year, and that applies universally to everybody, whether you're mid-range maxed out or
You're
at your.
speaking as an attorney right now, not as a human resources.
And
You
I think
are.
it's okay for us to ask for that information, not with the intent to villainize, but with the intent to make certain decisions to approve and having all the information
I completely
before
agree with
us. I'll speak for myself.
What I'm seeing here, through you, Madam Bashir, what I'm seeing here is that I'm not against the 2.8% increase. What I wanted to have is a system that actually allows it to go step by step. Because if next year, like perhaps this year, we seen that in the budget, that is an increase of a step on salary, that people are going from a step 10 or step 8 to step 9 or 11, and there's it's an increase on the step, and that represents a percentage. That's fine, but that's not what we have seen with this calling center story.
Council President, though, those steps, and this is educate me at this point. Normally, steps we see that with union positions. You don't normally see steps in non-union positions. So, how would you like for these steps to be reflecting on non-union employees?
Well,
Do we have to create a system?
Let's
Create
say perhaps,
that?
Yeah, let's say perhaps that we have $45,000 to work, from the minimum to the max. That you split that into a specific amount of steps. Let's say 10 steps. Each step represents $4,500.
But does the city have to create a step system for non-union? Is that where
We
is
don't
that
have-
where
we
we're
don't have a
heading?
system, and
Because
that's
I
what we're
know
looking
that
for
normally
the
doesn't
leverage.
exist for non-union.
Exactly.
It's
it
more
doesn't
for
exist, and
unions.
that's why it is so much like this is the thing, like because the thing is like the fact that we've been doing it with our system, it puts so much
I
pressure.
understand, yeah.
So much pressure into some employees that haven't get to what they think they deserve, and they probably ask, okay, when am I going to get an increase. And if we have an step system that works towards getting you to the max,
It makes it fair.
it makes it fair. And if somebody have the minimum requirement, we know that on the first year, as a minimum requirement, you're gonna start on the bottom. And then you're gonna increase your way up all the way to whatever is max out. But what we're seeing is that in the last 3 years, a lot of people are already max because of a specific color of ink. True. And then what we're not seeing is like, and then we have people that say, look, if this person is making this amount, and then I deserve to get this amount. And if that person, and then we become a whole system, a domino effect. That at the end of the day, is only the taxpayers are the one that want to be responsible for it long term. And trust me, I have no problem with the 2.8%. I believe it should be approved. But we need the system. How? If somebody started today and 3 years later, that person cannot be maxed out, even though they have a PhD. And that's not the case. I'm exaggerating. Because if somebody's with a PhD, of course, should be looking for the way of getting that person up there. Because we want to keep that person. But essentially, that's not the case. That's not what we're seeing here. So, a couple of questions because we need to move on the different meetings that we have. So, a couple of things that I'm going to request from you is that we need to have a minimum as of before the Collins Center was approved. The minimum column on that, because we have the recommended ones, and then I would like also to get on those positions what are the current salaries of those. And you're probably going to tell me, oh, that's personal information. No, that's public information if you work for the public. There is no such thing as expectation of privacy. If I go to the internet right now, I get it. Okay?
If I may inquire.
Sure.
Pertaining to before the Collins Center, the minimum, there's been a little bit of a turnaround, not only my department, but also the CAFO, which are the two departments that would be in charge of having that information.
Probably the clerk might have it when the Collins Center was approved. She probably have on those package. That's good enough to get a base point.
It's actually in our ordinance book, attorney. It's under
The very outdated one that I.
No, but
Schedule A.
Okay.
Is that what we're talking about? That was updated.
That might be it.
It was updated in 2022.
That's the newer one.
I'm looking at the ordinances. I'm seeing it right here.
But the one that Council President is asking for is the baseline before that.
So what was the baseline as of where we started before we approved the Collins Center? So we can have that column as of, because it's like in your statement, you're saying something like, oh, they only received 2.5%. But after the Collins Center in 2023, it was a significant increase. That it represented over 60%, 80% of some occasions.
Because it was so outdated and they were
Yeah, it was, but I mean,
poorly paid.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like, you know what I mean? It's making it sound like we're not doing the right thing at the very beginning of the conversation. But I mean, we move on from there. But yeah, you got the point.
Councilor Rodriguez, any further
No, I'm
questions,
good. I'm
discussions? Councilor LaPlante?
Yeah, I think this would be quick. Earlier this evening, we talked about steps, and you didn't have a chance to comment on that. So I don't know what's true, what's not true. Are there steps with the non-union salaries?
Not yet.
Can the I know that there's a hiring midpoint by ordinance. I know that you can't go through the top, but once that's satisfied, can the executive branch move somebody wherever they want after that's been satisfied? Because that's what I'm hearing. So I just want to make sure we're grounded in truth. So what is the law? What are our ordinances? What's our policies?
So the Collins Center as is has quadrants. So up on top has quadrants.
Mm-hmm.
And it says essentially per quadrant where that salary should be.
That's not where I'm going.
However, pertaining to your steps, we don't have steps for non-unions.
Okay. So we have a minimum, we have a maximum, and so is it fairly arbitrary that you can put someone at a salary and you were in there? I mean, the point that was made this evening that was not challenged was that somebody can put somebody at the highest rank, and we got, that no one knows the numbers, but there's a bunch of people who are at the very top, and they probably started somewhere much lower, and then all of a sudden they got to the top. And I want to base our conversation on statistics and facts. So I want to know, what is the facts now with respect to that? Can the executive branch at some point, after someone's been in the job for a year, say, I like what you're doing.
6 months.
6 months. I like what you're doing. I love you.
Yes, that's what it is.
For whatever the reasons are. It could be anything, right? Any reason. They're already in. They can go to the very top. Does they have that does the executive branch have that kind of discretion?
They are the appointing authority.
So they have the discretion. There were no boundaries. There's no limitations on how they go.
The ordinance states that.
Okay. No, I want to hear
the
it. So go
ordinance
ahead.
states, yes.
No, the ordinance states the 6 months.
And then after that, it's whatever.
They can be maxed out.
It's whatever, for whatever reason, for whatever purposes, whatever. There's wide discretion on salaries after 6 months. It's good to know. I mean, I think we should.
Can you affirm that?
Yes, I affirm
Okay,
that.
no problem.
The mayor is the appointing authority,
Okay.
per the charter.
No, that's okay. And I'm not saying the charter's right. I'm not saying the charter's wrong. I'm not saying what is happening is right or wrong. It seems like what's happening right now is lawful. I don't think anything that's happening is unlawful. It may challenge our sensibilities. We may say that doesn't seem so great, but it's not unlawful. But perhaps if someone is so inclined, and I'm not, and I may support something like this, finding some sort of, we can change ordinances that say that you can only have in the course of a year no more than a 5%. I don't know what the number is. Increase. You can't increase someone after the 6 months by more than 5%, and you can't do it more than annually, or something like that, so that you're not jumping from the midpoint to the maximum on month 7, something like that. But that's the council's prerogative, if the council wants to do that.
And that's why I sent that over to the ordinance committee. Let's see if they get to that point.
It wasn't sent to the ordinance.
No.
No,
I mean,
personnel.
Personnel, got it. Okay.
You're confusing it with another item.
No. It is
We'll
true.
get there eventually.
Yeah, it will get to that point.
I'm good. To answer your question, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
What are we doing tonight on this doc? Are we going to send it up? What are we doing?
I can't be the
I know
one
you
making
can't.
the recommendations.
I mean, I'll send this. I'll make a motion to send this up to the full council with a favorable recommendation just for the COLA alone.
My apologies, guys.
Okay.
And I second that. I have, I mean,
And
what are you
if-
saying on that?
Well, I wanted to make one more statement, and this is just to given how contentious this conversation has been, my personal opinion is this 2.8% would have been approved within maybe 20 minutes of discussion had the council not have seen a pattern or an egregious amount of positions in questions to which, I mean, we could debate it all we can right now, but if it wasn't a huge pattern of these positions where we're discussing how a lot of folks are being hired within a range and for a position that they wouldn't have qualified for, I feel like we wouldn't even be debating this right now. And that's the only reason why I feel like this conversation is being dragged out to the length that it's been dragged out at this point, is because it has happened. And I think, just to playing devil's advocate and kind of speaking on behalf of my colleagues, we're just trying to make sure that we are hiring the best of the best, and that we want to retain those folks as well. We don't want them to leave. But as counselors, approving budgets and trying to be fiscally responsible when it comes to approving these budgets, I think it gets to a point where we're just kind of tired of kind of seeing some of these salaries being approved for folks that are not quite qualified for these positions, and we're just trying to do our due diligence. So, that's not,
I can understand.
that's something I felt
I'd
like I
like to make
needed
a
to
motion
say.
to send this up as a committee report.
Can I get a second?
No, not seconded. Before we make a motion, I would like to make one last request or statement, perhaps. So I'm gonna
Council
concur.
President
Thank you.
Rodriguez.
I'm gonna concur with the council vice chair. The issue here is not the 2.8%. That's something that we definitely, I would like the employees to get that, or maybe 3%. That's not my issue. My issue here is that is the system that we don't have in place yet, that we need to make sure that we at least talk about it. The budget discussion back in June was around this issue. And if we don't talk about that now, it sounds like the budget is also going to be around the same thing, because we're not following the system. So a lot of the councilors back on June have that main issue of salaries being increased without having a proper protocol. What we just hear from you is that if somebody come in 6 months, six and a half months later, can be maxed out on our tables, on our salary range. Could be maxed out. Starting up at the beginning, mid-range, and then a month later, get an increase of going to the top.
Could be
Because it's
set
not-
at mid-range, I'm sorry.
at the beginning, and then a month later, mid-range ending at 6 months, a month later, getting an increase of going to the top. In 7 months, you can be on the top. And that's not fair for any employee that is being here for any amount of time. It could be the best of the best. But that psychology of I'm not getting what somebody else is getting, that brings up a domino effect that is affecting the city more than benefiting the city. And I mean, we at the beginning of the conversation, it was the union, non-union. A lot of the union employees, they don't get to this salary. They don't get to even close to $145,000 at all. A lot of union that we have debate, the laborer, they're making $23, $22, $35 an hour. That's not even $100,000. $100,000, you make almost $50 an hour to make $100,000. So it's like, to be honest with you, comparison is not quite good. But what I would like to do is like keep the debate open at this level, having those data that we ask, analyze those at this level, and present that to the full council. So we be able to have a discussion when it comes to what are the issues. We just identify and confirm that people can be maxed out within 7 months.
They can be placed at the midpoint and then thereon.
And then for the first 6 months, they can be placed on the mid-range.
So just for clarification, if they have the background experience, training, and so on and so forth,
They
when
start
they
on the
get
mid-range.
hired, they can be at midpoint.
Yes.
Yes.
And
But if they start at minimum after 6 months, which is almost like a probationary period, let's say, then you can go typically to midpoint. At least that's the pattern that I
If they get hired today and they have the minimum qualification, they can start it at the mid-range. And that's for the first 6 months.
If you have
Wait,
higher
and then
experience,
if you have
background, and education.
I'm not saying that you're not qualified. I'm saying that if you have experience, you can be placed at the mid-range. If you have the minimum requirement, you can be placed at the mid-range for the first 6 months.
You could be placed in any range. There's discretion. There's
No,
discretion.
but not more than the mid-range. You can't start it at the very top. You can't, based on the ordinance.
Right, that's correct.
For the first 6 months.
No, but there's
For-
discretion between the minimum to
Exactly, but I mean, on the mid-range, you can be, if you have qualifications and the minimum qualification, you can be at the mid-range for the first 6 months. After the 6 month, you can be maxed out a month later. That's what the system that we have in place allow, right?
I mean, in theory.
In theory, no, in reality. In reality, we have people that have maxed out their salary within less than a year.
I mean, I know I would feel comfortable making decisions, whether approving or whether it's approving it to full council with a favorable recommendation or whether it's at a committee report. There were many things that I guess we had requested from this table. So I know me personally, for me, that's information that I would feel it's necessary in order for me to digest and process the decisions. Because this isn't something small. It's a huge ask. So I just wanted to make sure that I am processing and making the decisions adequately with the information that we've requested. Councilor LaPlante, you had any
If it is no more
Councilor
questions,
Rodriguez, do you
I'm
have
ready
any
to make a
additional
motion.
comments?
I'd like just to make sure that I have everything that the council is requesting of me. So, Councilwoman, I believe what you're asking me is where the position is now, what they're being paid now, correct?
Correct.
Oh, perfect. And,
And I'm not sure if Councilor Rodriguez
We
already
asked the
asked,
same
but
question,
I want to know how many, even though I could tell, given that column, but if there's a way to also know as to how many and which of these positions are already maxed out.
okay.
I mean, once they provide that information, we will know.
No, I know. I've done negotiations at Greater Lawrence Tech, and it was color coded. Like, I could see it was color coded as to like which positions were maxed out.
Okay, got it.
Not that I'm requesting that, but if it could happen.
Wink, wink.
Yeah, make it look nice.
And Council President is requesting what the minimum was prior to the Collins Center was approved, so what the data was at the beginning, what they used in order to make this determination. And I have current salaries.
Current salaries, I mean, that's
Right,
what
exactly.
uh-huh. And I also add that there is, in case that people might say, no, you're not supposed to provide that data, that's public information. There is no sense of privacy when you work for the government. So names, if name is requested, I'm not requesting names, but if the main name is requested, that should be provided as well. But at this point, I'm not requesting names. So we agree with that?
Is
We're
that,
good.
you have everything?
I have all of that, yes.
Okay. So can we finalize as to what we're gonna do with this item?
I'll make a motion to table.
Motion has been made to table. Can I get a second?
You got table automatic?
He's right.
What did you say?
It doesn't make a difference, but
You
yeah.
got table automatic.
Oh, it does?
It really doesn't, because if no one moves on, it's just gonna stay there, but I'll second it.
Okay, probably second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it.
Thank you.
I'll see you for the next meeting. I'll definitely call you so I could kind of
Absolutely.
be a little bit more prepared for
My office is
any
always open.
future
And
meetings.
send those digital, please.
Absolutely.
Digital.
Thank you.
Okay.
And an Excel.
The next,
You have an Excel, right? Okay, send it in an Excel. I want to do some math.
Oh, you're better than me.
okay. The next item on this agenda is item 3026, the reclassification of non-union positions.
No, that was this one.
I mean, not 3826. 3826 SEIU Local 3 Library Union Collective Bargaining Agreement. We have our CAFO here with us. CAFO, if you could please proceed with this item.
Yes, Ramona Ceballos, CAFO. So the SEIU Local 888 Library Union has ratified, and unlike other unions, I am not requesting an appropriation. This union has, or this department has enough funding through the current budget and vacancies. So the amount that it's needed, I'm not asking for an appropriation, but I'm presenting to you, per the council president request, an overview of what this union is getting. So some of the synopsis of the items that were negotiated was the night differential will be adjusted. Instead of starting at 3, it will start at 5 in the evening. There's a couple of positions that are being moved per the director's request, changing the titles and some to reflect a better job responsibility, amending job titles and so forth. Also, the uniform allowance for the custodian has a minimal increase. And the tuition reimbursement that is already part of their negotiation, it's allowing them to utilize the funds that is not used at the end of the fiscal year. So that is pretty much in a nutshell what they're getting, with the addition of the 2.5 COLA increase for the next 3 years. Any questions?
Councilors, discussion?
I have a quick question.
Councilor Rodriguez?
Can you clarify from the education portion that you guys are changing?
Yes, so if you go to page 3 on the MOA, on the top of the page, it shows the associate degree, bachelor's, and master's of library science. It shows what the previous effective day is, and now the last effective day was 1999. Now is 2025, and there's a minimal increase there.
No, I'm talking more like the reimbursement. For
Oh, the 3,000?
The tuition reimbursement.
Yes. So in the budget book, which I don't assume you have, but I can take you through. In the library section of the budget book, which is page 140, it shows per CBA education incentive per Article 29. So that amount in the budget was $4,000. And what happened was, if the employees of part of the members of the union did not use the full amount, it will stay in the budget. But now this opens up, just read it so that I have the right wording. I'll read it to you, maybe it'll make more sense. The city shall provide tuition reimbursement for courses in the library science or the library-related courses to all current employees, which are approved in advance by the library director. Said courses must be passed with a grade of B or better. Where no grade is assigned, the course must be successfully completed. The city shall provide funds for this article not to exceed $3,000 per fiscal year, provided that there shall be a cap of $300 per employee per fiscal year. So what we're adding here is effective July 2025, funds that remain unused will be distributed among employees that have utilized the fund in the current year. So we're not adding any additional funding, we're just distributing whatever's left from the 3,000 that's budgeted to other employees.
So it's $3,000 for the entire staff?
Yes.
In cap $300?
Yes, per employee.
$300 per employee?
Mhm.
What type of courses can you take with $300?
Um,
I mean, I'm just wondering, like, truly.
Sure.
So any coursework in pursuant to the requirements of the job position, so bachelor's or master's degree?
And there is institutions that actually that have courses for $300?
Unfortunately, I want to say yes and no, but yes, there are institutions,
So
just
they
similar.
offer tuitions, and this is the extra, right?
I'm sorry?
They
Can you
offer,
restate that?
the institution offer tuitions, and this is the extra they need to pay in case they need to pay extra?
No. So if they're under like a financial aid or so forth, but if they're paying, whether out of pocket or whether it's a finance, the reality of it is they will be entitled to based on the credit of the course for that tuition reimbursement.
maybe in the community college they might have courses that at that level, but I mean there is not many.
There isn't many, absolutely. And that's why we would like the pool where if the employee has additional funds, because we only have maybe 1 or 2 students enrolled in additional education, they can get an additional sentence out of that 3,000 that's already budgeted for the library.
Yeah, and the reason that I asked the question is because due to the fact that it's not many, that the cap exists of $300 per employee, and if they don't have any course available and nobody actually take it, the $3,000 will be distributed throughout, and that's not the intent of the money, is to have people that take courses. So it's kind of like, you know, I want the money to be used. You know what I mean?
And that's what this is intending to do.
And it's being used every year?
Correct. No, not every year. Currently, it is being used. We have an employee pursuing their bachelor's and another employee pursuing their master's in library and information science. This is a way to incentivize and cultivate education within our administration and within the library sector. It's something that we've seen time and time and again to be more prominent in regards to how we resource and distribute our information, coming from, you know, sources and encouraging that educational concept of it.
Those people only get $300.
Correct. As of right now, this is choosing to change that.
Okay, so essentially, if you have 2 employees that cap at 300, using 600, the rest is being distributed.
Right, so the cap is kind of going away because the money's there to be used for whoever needs it. So $3,000, if you need it, you get it, if nobody else is using it. Do you know what I mean? So it starts at 300, and then if there's money left and you are pursuing education, you need more money for credits, then you can.
So on that, when the determination happen? Like at 1 month? Like in June?
It's just based on semesters, right? So they have to submit their curriculum, and according to that, they also have to submit their grades, because it does say that they have to have an average of a B in order to be eligible for that reimbursement. So they have to actually first pay for their education, and then this will be initially a reimbursement. So if there were 2 employees and they originally get their $300 per their credit courses, and then there's still that $3,000 pool minus the $600, they will then be eligible, if no other employee has applied for it, to divide the rest of that fund towards their education.
No, and my question is when that happen? Does that happen in June, at the end of the fiscal year, or because if it happened throughout the year, I mean, you're not being fair to an employee to actually take an opportunity to take advantage of it. But if it happened in June, that's end of fiscal year, okay, nobody's gonna use it by this time, so we can distribute it. That's what I'm saying. So there is a way of like something on writing that says, by June, this money, if it's not used, and then we use it as we prefer.
I understand. So we do have performance evaluation plans, including to that, and that's part of it. So they have to share with us that they are enrolled in a program and what the program outcome is, and then they have a certain eligibility to submit to us what, after they completed the coursework, those grades. It's also based on the school and what they're pursuing. Some grades come before others. So in answer to you, yes, our performance evaluation does have a time frame when they have to submit to us their final grades for the submission of a reimbursement.
Well, that's not a question. At the end of the day, what I'm saying is like, it have to happen in a specific month, the distribution of funds, and you provide that fund to someone else. Because if you do it, perhaps, let's say that we approve this in June, and by the first semester of the year, of September to December, nobody used it, and then in December, you say, okay, nobody used this money, now it's gonna go towards this employee that is enrolled in college. I mean, you're not providing the opportunity to other employees to actually even think about it. Like, you know, but if it happened in June the following year, and then we can prepare and say, you know what, this money was not used. Whoever went to college, get me the receipt, and then the money going to be distributed along. You know what I mean? So it have to happen on a specific month. I'm just putting June there because June is the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, I think I understand what your request is. It is a request because, quite frankly, right now, this is something that we're just trying to actually implore, just so that they can take advantage of those funds that are sitting and actually go back to the city pool. So as of right now, we haven't faced those challenges that you're addressing, and I think that that's something that we can definitely bring up to the table to our Board of Trustees. I also do feel that there is a semester, right? So they happen in those quarterly census. So even prior to June, they would have been completed or already enrolled, and the reality of it, they have to complete it. So it's, even if they're enrolled, they're not eligible for it. And even if they complete it and fail, they're not eligible for it. So if we look at semesters, normally by the time fiscal budget report is done, the fiscal year is over.
No, the semester doesn't go by semester. Semester finished by June.
Exactly. So we would already know whether the employee, based on the performance evaluation, has enrolled in the coursework.
Yeah, I mean, it have to have some type of, some time when you actually make the determination as a director. Okay, the fund is gonna be gone towards those 2-3 people. It can be just in the middle of the fiscal year, like, okay, just because of this, just because of that.
If they don't pass, and they're not eligible for it. So see, that's the connoisseur, right? So you're basing it on, well, these 3 folks enrolled, and they say they enrolled, so we're budgeting for those three folks, but then they don't pass. So the pool is still available. The completion is what we're actually after.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like the final determination of the distribution of the funds had to be at the end of the year. At the end of a fiscal year, because you're gonna come in front of us saying, okay, this is the fund that we need to fulfill this part of the union. And then the question will be, when the money was distributed at the end. Is like, it was in January? Because if it wasn't January, it's like, because it could be, you know, trainings that begin in February, like at the local community college, and be able to advance their career and be able to take advantage of the funds at the distribution point. And that's something that we would like everybody to take advantage of it. But I mean, I just want you to think about, you know, a specific date happening at the end of fiscal year, because that will be more equitable and fair to everybody that is applying for the funds.
Thank you, Council President. And I just also want to mention, just please be rest assured, this is based on completion, right? So if they have not completed the coursework based at the end of the fiscal year, once they complete it, that means that we'll have the new funds, which is already within the budget, the 3,000. They will be eligible to submit their accreditation, their credits, and then they can reimburse for that fiscal year. So it's essentially, even if we do put a date or do not put a date, they're only eligible upon completion, meaning if they complete within this fiscal year, next fiscal year within the budget, they're eligible because it's based on their completion date. So if, let's say, they finish exactly on June, and they're in June and budget is closed, and they will be still eligible for a reimbursement out of the 3,000 for the calendar year.
I got you. Thank you.
Councilor LaPlante.
I think I'm trying to make this brief. So 2 questions. One, I'll tell you what they both are, and then you can answer them however you want to tell me.
And May, I'm sorry, Janella Brew, Director of the Lawrence Public Library, I missed that part.
That's who she is.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask.
No, it's okay. I thought about it after as a second thought.
I want to know a little bit more about the archivist in your shop, and that's one. And the second, I want to ask you regarding summer hours, and if there's any progress being made with that. So I'm ready to listen.
Thank you. So currently,
just give me the summary on both because of the hour, if you don't mind.
yes. So our archival librarian position is currently vacant. We are budgeted for that from last fiscal year to meet the requirements of certification. Currently, that is vacant, but we did put the new names in the union contracts because we want to acknowledge that these are master holding positions. It's a requirement from the MBLC. It's a requirement that we should uphold within the city of Lawrence to have folks within those positions have a certain title in order to be within those positions. Again, those positions would have to wait until union negotiations and it's passed through council in order to be public, and then we would submit a requisition form for those vacancies. So as of right now, we do not have an archivist librarian. Our hopes is to fill that. And we're working alongside our consortium, other library partners, to make sure that our job description aligns with the competitiveness of finding an archival librarian out there. Does that answer that first part?
To summarize, no, nothing yet. It's in progress.
Correct.
Got it.
After we finalize the full council vote, then we can submit a requisition.
Just keep in mind, this vote before the council is unnecessary. I mean, no offense. This is more of a perfunctory.
Oh, okay,
you've
then
already-
I can list it.
there's already money in the budget, and we're
Yes.
just doing it as a courtesy so we can have more information.
That's correct.
So the second thing was the summer hours, which is a huge deal for some of us power users. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for allowing me the mic for that, Councilor Plant. I am happy to share that we did listen to our constituents regarding our summer hours. We do operate from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. In the spring, in the winter, and the fall, Monday through Thursday, and we're open Fridays and Saturdays from 9 to 5 p.m. We work alongside other libraries, and those are library hours that are conducive to our community, right? Our library hours during the summers, though, was only operating, I call them bank hours, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Fridays, and we were closed on the weekend. Being a valuable source of the community, what we have done is that we've actually gotten rid of the language, and I'm really supportive and thankful for my staff for understanding the importance of the resources of the library and the place that we hold here. We eliminated the language from September through May in 5 shifts during the period of Monday through Friday from June through August, which would limit our staff from only working Monday through Fridays, those summer hours. This would allow the library to progressively look in increasing their hours to hopefully in the future with staffing meet the needs of the community and meet the current hours we serve the public, which is 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and additional to have some weekend hours as well.
And let me just say this, because I probably won't say this at the full council level. So this last part is really important. We want to think of ourselves as a first-class city. A first-class city does not have summer hours Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and then close up shop. It's like education and advancement doesn't take place on the weekends or at night. So if we're really serious about being a first-class municipality, we need to have a first-class library. And one of the steps to becoming a first-class library is making sure that if a patron has a desire to go and to use the library for whatever their purposes are, that asset is available to them. So I think the reason why I'm asking that question is because this is huge. This is big. For too long in our city, I don't even remember when we went from, we probably were 7 days a week at one point, and then how we went down to 5 is beyond me. It's budget cuts, I'm sure, and then that was it. Out of a matter of convenience, we just said we don't need it. It's not that important. We'd rather do something else. So this is big. So I just want to thank you and commend you for your efforts in making this thing happen. And in addition to yourself, to your staff, because you can't do it unilaterally, you need to get cooperation from others to make that happen. So that I think bodes well for your leadership, because you had staff that was able to work with you to get to that point. So kudos to you, and good for us. Good for us that we're able to use it at more than just than we currently are during the weekend on the weekend. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor LaPlante.
And if you could just get South Lawrence Branch Library, that would be that'd be the last.
In due time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilors, I'm looking for a recommendation.
I'll send this over to the full council as a committee report because it's not need for a vote.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Councilors, I believe we have 3 more items on this agenda. We need to be cognizant of the fact that I think we have another meeting right after budget. So, wait, Ramona, give me 1 second, Mr. McCarthy. I'm so sorry. I was told you were here for tabled item 626, 2426, that's with
Correct.
you, but Ramona, are you here for 626?
Is that the clerical?
Yeah.
That is.
I would love to untable that.
Do
Okay.
you have the information that we requested?
I sent you an email last week.
You did, she did.
Okay, we send it over to the full council, we discuss it.
Wait, we have to
I
can
do
get
have a copy
motion?
if you want. I sent it, but I can give you a copy.
I mean, we can discuss it at the full council at this point. If you
So,
send an
wait,
email.
that's before we're getting into discussions. Can I get a motion to untable 626 SEIU Local 3 Clerical Union Collective Bargaining Agreement, transfer of $83,504 from general fund and enterprise fund accounts to various salary funds to fund the CBA?
I'll make a motion to table.
Motion has been made properly second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, can I get a motion as to what the recommendation is for this item?
We'll make a motion to send it to the full council as a committee report. And can you please send that email to everybody?
She
I did.
She did.
To every council member? Or you
Oh,
send it
to all of
committee?
the
Oh, to other,
Counselors.
okay, sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
We have enough money for
Yes,
this?
yes, yes.
That's all we're here for.
Absolutely.
Enough money? Good,
Yes.
thank you.
My apologies, Counselor. Did I skip the discussion part? Like, roll call, please.
Did you second it?
And, okay, just for the sake of my memory, all those in favor, say aye, and the ayes have it. All right, I'll see
Just be
you
ready
on
for next week.
Tuesday.
I'm sorry?
Just be ready for next week.
Yes.
She's always ready. She stays ready. She stays ready. Okay,
goodness,
Mr.
now I-
McCarthy, item
now I
2426,
So we have an issue.
authorization to expand.
I can't do this.
Oh, you can't? So we don't have quorum? We don't
No.
have quorum?
I'll be making a request. I did bring a PowerPoint presentation
Are
for
we
the
even
evening.
allowed to discuss? We haven't been able to
I mean,
untable it.
No, you guys can, but I can't.
Oh, okay, so can I get a motion? If you're
Yeah.
gonna say anything in regards to this item, let me just make a motion
No,
to.
I can stay.
You could stay. You can't stay.
What I would recommend, Madam Chair, is this.
Yes,
What I would
please.
recommend, just because I understand where the council president's predicament is, we're not gonna be able to take this up tonight. What I would recommend is putting it as old business at the next full city council meeting and discharging it out of committee.
Okay.
So,
That's be my recommendation.
Yeah, that would be fair.
That
And
way.
is it the same for, yes, Mass DOT on, item 48125 as well, which Mr. McCarthy was here for this item as well? 48125 and 2426, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So
We
we're,
don't have to do anything, we can't
so
do
we're gonna
anything.
be discussing these two items under old, we're gonna be pulling them under old business.
That's right, I would recommend somebody putting that under old business and then we can discharge it.
Okay. A motion needs to be made to make
No.
that, no? So, motion has been made to adjourn. Can I get a second?
No, we don't have anything else.
No, that was
Second.
it, but,
Second, sorry, Dan.
sorry, Mr. McCarthy.
We'll be ready next week.
All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it.
Do you want me to be presenting this
At the full council.
At the full council?
So, yeah, it'll be discussed
Alright,
at full
alright.
council under old business. Had Stephanie been here?
I'll present it by myself. I did bring the engineers for the answer questions, but
Government Relations Committee. A subcommittee of the Lawrence City Council. Today is Monday, February the 9th, 2026, and what time is it right now? 9 o'clock. There is a 9 o'clock, City Council Chamber at Lawrence. This meeting is also being conducted as a hybrid meeting, and you may remotely access the meeting through the digital platform. With me tonight is a board member, Franklin Miguel, who is the vice chair, Selena Reyes, council at large, who is right now by Zoom, and myself, Ana Levy, who is the chair and the vice president of this committee. Pursuant to the Charter 20 of the Act of 2022, this meeting of Ordinance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to view this meeting while in progress may either attend in person at the location above or use any of the following action locations through Facebook or YouTube. So now there is no minutes for council approval, and let's stand for the pledge of the flag.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Council, Maria, you make the call? The
Roll call,
please?
sure. Councilor Selena Reyes,
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Councilor Selena Reyes, are you present via Zoom?
Yep.
yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Councilor Reyes, can you hear us?
you want me to check with John?
Councilor Reyes? Yeah, she's. Okay.
Huh? So, she kicked her. Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
Yep.
Can you hear?
Está dejando que él entre otra vez. El text.
Councilor Reyes, can you hear? Councilor Reyes, can you hear us?
The frequency is terrible right now.
Okay.
Can you look at it?
Okay, so we can hear you. Uh-huh. hear you too. Okay, so I think so that we are okay right now.
Okay, Councilor Selena Reyes. I'm doing a roll call. Thank you. Councilor Franklin Miguel
Present.
and Madam Chair Ana Levy.
Present.
Thank you.
So, today, today in the agenda, we have item 3126 is a resident parking, Fairmont Street and el west side from Auburn Street to County Road. That was submitted by Councilor Vivian Marmor and Marlene J. Rodriguez. Council, any question on this item?
A motion to send item 3126 to Lawrence Police Department.
There is a motion to send it to Lawrence Police Department, item 3126, a resident parking on Fairmont Street, west side. Can I hear a second?
I already seconded.
Okay, it's already second, and it's gonna be sent to, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The
I
ayes
gotta do
have
a
it.
roll call, ma'am.
Make it, oh yes, please, make it the roll call.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Ana Levy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 3226 is a resident parking on Fairmont Street, east side from Auburn Street to County Road. So this item was submitted by Councilor Vivian Marmor and Marlene J. Rodriguez, and this is gonna be, the hour is gonna be from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m.
So that will be a motion to send to item 3226 to the Lawrence Police Department.
There is a motion to send the item 3226 to the Lawrence Police Department. Can I hear a motion? A second?
Second.
So item is already second. All those in favor say aye. Roll call, please.
Sure. Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Ana Levy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed.
So item 3326 is a one-way Fairmont Street from Auburn Street to Holly Street, also submitted by Councilor Vivian Marmor and Marlene J. Rodriguez. May I hear a motion?
Motion to send item 3326 to DPW.
Motion is already in place. May I hear a second?
Second.
Madam, please, roll call.
Roll call for document 3326. Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Ana Levy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
So, motion carried. Item, okay, I'm gonna take item, no, 3426 is to remove handicap parking signage in 3 Corrier Street by Sofia Rosario. And this item is for withdrawal.
So I will submit a motion to item 3526. 3426 to remove handicap parking, signage 3 Corrier Street, to send to full council to withdraw.
All those in favor?
Now you have to second.
Second.
Okay.
We need,
Roll.
Maria, the point of clarification, we don't need to order a public hearing?
Yep.
No, for withdrawal, we don't need to order a public hearing.
Don't they usually send it to the Lawrence Police Department, Lawrence Police? No?
So it been sent to the DPW or Lawrence Police Department?
Yeah. Usually that's
Yep.
what I see.
Oh, okay, it's remove the handicap parking, okay.
Yes.
It's a remove, yes, 3426.
Okay.
Send it to the full council for remove. No need. So, and also be sent to the police and to DPW.
You want to do pending the report?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So motion is already made.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Anna Levy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion passed.
So I'm gonna take item 35 and 36 as a block. So the both of them are a parking request. One is on 33 Juniper Street by Councilor Gregorio del Rosario and Irene Jordan. Another one is on 42 Kendry Street by Patrick Cadet. Please, can I hear a motion?
A motion to send to Lawrence Police Department. Item
Second.
as a block, yeah.
So the motion is already made and already second. Please, roll call.
Roll call, Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Anna Levy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion carries.
So item 3726, install and maintain underground conduit on Ansbury Street at Canary Street. So we don't have nobody from the National Grid in here, so
Yeah.
I would like to hear a motion to table.
Yeah, motion to table item 3726.
Second.
Motion to table, already second, no discussion.
Roll
Roll
call.
call.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Anna Levy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion passed.
Item 3926 is amend snow emergency declaration ordinance regarding hours of enforcement by Council Vivian Marmot. So she was here.
I think she left.
I don't know if she is still
I think she left.
in here.
If she's not here, motion to table.
She's coming.
Oh, she's coming.
She's coming back. I know.
Okay.
Thank God I was talking back there.
39.
Item 3926 is the amendment snow emergency declaration ordinance. So regarding the hour of enforcement.
Okay, I can speak, right? Okay. So,
Name and address.
what was that?
The name and address.
Name and address, Vivian Marmol, 341 Water Street, Lawrence, Mass. Given the challenges and issues that we were facing with the snow removal, I did have conversations with our director, and I had asked, like, normally my way of thinking as a counselor is, I know we've made mistakes as a city, as a director, you know, what is it that you can say that we can do better as counselors? Or like, what are the changes that we should be proposing in order for this process to be more effective? I'm not sure if there was miscommunication, because I was advised when I had initially proposed an amendment to the ordinance, I was advised that the ordinance that we currently have in place is from 12 in the morning. When I had the conversation with Director Jaime, he told me that it was from 12 in the morning to 6 or 7 in the morning. But it's actually, I ended up finding out after the fact, after I've already submitted this item on the agenda, that the ordinance as is from 12 in the morning to 7 o'clock at night, is it? I'm not quite sure. So I submitted this to the agenda so we could review the current ordinance. And for us to have the ability to propose any changes to that in order for the DPW workers and administration to be able to effectively remove snow, be able to ticket and tow vehicles that are in violation of the parking bans because of the ordinance that we have in place. I know that there is a multitude of things that come into play, such as the contracts that we have in place with the tow companies. So I know that in one of the last meetings that we've had, we've added a third tow company. So I'm not sure if that's gonna potentially be a positive influence in terms of numbers when it comes to towing capacity. But yes, the whole purpose is for us to, whether it's myself or just the ordinance committee, to meet and plan with the DPW director and administration and review and analyze the current ordinance that we have in place, and if there are any needs for us to make amendments to that in order for us to have a better plan for any future snow emergencies.
So practically what would you like is to send this item to DPW director, but I think that we will send it to the city attorney, just to looking on the ordinance, and maybe with you who are the original of this proposal to do the change, and whoever from me or the president or whoever that would like to join us, that
Maybe law enforcement as well.
The law enforcement, yes.
Because we are talking about enforcement
Yes.
when it comes to this ordinance. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we have the opportunity to be part of the discussion in terms of like if changes need to be made, let's start planning now, so we don't face the same issues that we are facing. I just hate having to go through the same conversations and the same complaints. So if we have a future snowstorm, if we're gonna have complaints, hopefully it's something completely different. So let's address the issues that we're seeing now and try to see how we could provide some sort of solution or alleviate what those concerns are. And that way for the next or any future snow emergencies, we'll be better prepared. I think the last thing of what I wanted to state was, in terms of the ordinance, yes, I think it's important for us to like collectively come together to make, if we are gonna make changes, to see how that would work for the city.
For the city.
In terms of the time frame that, when should the time end, in terms of the parking ban? I'm not sure if there's gonna be future conversations, but it could be discussed within this item if, through you guys, if you feel that it's better if there was like a permanent, which we don't, but other cities and towns have a permanent alternate parking regardless of the weather or regardless if we have the blue lights. But, I just feel like this is important to have that conversation as of now.
I think so that I agree with you on that regard. We don't want to see we have another storm, so that we don't have something in place, or maybe how we can work better and comply with most of this ordinance that we already have in the city. Okay. So the motion at this moment, we're going to make a motion to send it, corresponded to DPW, to city attorney, and what is the other?
I believe law enforcement, so whether it's the
The law
chief or
enforcement?
some representative, a representative from the Lawrence
From the
PD.
law, exactly. So, and try to maybe, Councilor Marmo, if you can call also and schedule the time for the meeting, so I will be very well appreciated.
In this meeting, would you want to include, so it's a meeting between DPW, Lawrence PD, and all members of the ordinance committee?
We can do that, yes. We can invite all of the members of the,
Okay.
of the ordinance committee.
All right.
All right, so will be a motion to send item 3926 to DPW, Lawrence Police Department, and what was the other one?
Lawrence.
And the attorney.
City attorney.
The city attorney.
The city
yeah?
attorney.
And the law enforcement.
Yes, to Lawrence Police Department.
Second.
So the motion is already second. Please,
Roll call.
roll call.
Councilor Selena Reyes.
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel.
Yes.
And Madam Chair Anna Levy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion
Okay.
passed.
And yeah, you have to
It's all
stay.
yours.
I'll stay just in case you guys have any
Okay,
questions.
so
I'm not sure.
Item 4226 is a request for audit on number of handicap space and child care parking space, submitted by Councilor Vivian Marmo.
Okay.
Councilor
As-
Marmo?
So I'm submitting this as a request just because obviously as a counselor, we do sit through these meetings where we're constantly approving the handicap plaque signs and childcare parking signs. So out of curiosity, I felt like it was important for us to do an audit to see how many do we have in the city. And I believe in my email request in reference to the handicap spaces is also like, how is the city keeping track if this is still an active handicap sign that's still needed? Has that person moved? Have, God forbid, I'm sorry, but, have they passed away? So it's like, how is the city keeping track if these signs are still necessary? Just because of the fact that we're continuously seeing how there's so many of them that come before us for approval. So I'm just wondering at what point do we review? Because some of them we do receive as to like withdrawing it or removing it, but it's very far and few in between that comes before us. So yeah, I think that was the main purpose and intent, is for us to like be aware as to how many do we have and what is the city doing in order to evaluate if these signs are still needed.
Okay. Council, any comments on this regard?
Through you, Chair. So
I wouldn't know who would do the audit. Would it be
it
DPW?
will have to be DPW, so that it will have to send it to them and wait for the recommendation. I mean, we do approve all the handicaps signs, but per the city councilor, it will be, I mean, we don't keep track ourselves of it. So it is DPW who installed them, and when we have to remove them is because someone come to us and asked to the sign to be removed. I have noticed the same in my district. It is not only in yours, but it is an increased number of handicap requests. And I have received as well calls from my constituents asking, how do we keep track of the handicaps? Do we have to do this like per every year or every 3 years? How do we know that person is still there? And we are having handicaps signs installed in houses with parking spaces available. So that will be.
Is there a renewal process? So like once a handicap sign has been approved by city council.
We rely on the basically on the police department. I mean, for the process of approval. But then once we approve it, we will have to rely on the probably. Let's say a house got sold and they have that handicap sign.
Exactly.
That person needs to come to us and basically request the remove.
Yeah. And a lot of
the
folks
removal
don't
of
understand that that is a process. I feel
Yeah.
like if I was to, if it wasn't for being a counselor, I would not know a lot of the nuances
Yeah.
of how things get done
Yeah.
locally in the city. So thank God for, I've been enlightened being a counselor as to how the city functions. But the average person, if you're buying a property like you mentioned, Councilor Miguel, a lot of folks, if you're buying a property, they don't know. If they see that a handicap sign is there, they're just probably automatically assuming that it's, that's someone within, it was approved for someone within that block, not knowing that it was for the property that they just bought.
I agree.
But yeah, this purely came out of curiosity, given sitting through these meetings, I'm seeing not an influx, but there are large numbers of handicap signs that get approved. So I was just, I feel like it's important for the city to keep track as to how many we have and to ensure that those signs are still necessary.
Councilor Reyes, do you have any comments?
I don't have comment. I don't have question for now. I want to see what the information DPW sent to us and see what is the more better way to moving forward to identify how many handicap we have.
Okay, thank you.
We need to take in mind, they have a doctor recommendation to have the handicap plate, but it's interesting to know how many we have in our city. When we're talking about family child care sign, we have a very young ordinance, is a very new. So if my colleague had the curiosity to know how many we have, I think it's a great opportunity to know what is the way they tracking the number in the area we have around the citywide.
Thank you. I have a comment. So at one point I hear that we hired an agency to see how many handicap parking we have in the city. I don't know if the agency came from DPW, so that was DPW who's going to hire it, or so was the administration who's going to hire it. So because the amount, I know that most of the time, Councilor LaPlante keep talking about how many signs we have in the city, how many handicap we have in the city. And I hear that they got a consulting or they hired something, but I don't really can tell you who was the person, who was the agency inside the city hall or the administration who was doing this. What I would like to recommend at this point is to send correspondence to the administration, to DPW, and find out if they already hired someone to do this investigation, or if not, we can make a recommendation to hire a consulting to verify on the whole city how many handicap parking do we have and how many could be removed, at this time, and give it the opportunities to somebody else that maybe need it. So maybe that's the reason why we have so many handicap parking requested that we haven't received any notification or any information either from the police or from DPW.
Okay. All right. I'm just asking if you guys need me to come before you, if a communication could be sent to me. So I'm aware, because this isn't my committee, so I wouldn't normally. I'll forget. So if you need, if there's ever a need for my presence, based on a follow-up or based on any pending information that we're requesting, if you guys could just let me know. Or I'm not sure if I would be able to, would I be able to have access to the information provided to you guys?
Okay.
With, the request to send certain correspondence to DPW. So if I could just be made aware as to
Yeah, we can
where we
send like
stand.
so,
Okay.
so I will recommend to do this, and we can table for now until we got the information. And then, so if no, we can make a recommendation to hire consulting regarding verification on how many handicap we have.
To you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe DPW had this information. We can send the correspondent to DPW to asking for to send some updated how many handicap sign we have in the whole city and how many childcare sign we have, and they can send this information to us.
Thank
We
you.
can send correspondent to DPW to asking for that information.
Okay. Any other comments on this regard? On regarding item 4226? So, motion to table?
So motion to table?
Who made that motion?
He made the
Motion to table?
Okay. No, but to
Item
send-
4226?
And to send the correspondence.
And send the
Yep,
correspondence,
and send
yes.
correspondence to DPW and administration for clarification.
Okay. Second.
Already second by Councilor Selena Reyes.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Anna Levy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed.
So the next item is item 4326, is the review snow emergency process and procedure and winter parking also winter parking and policy enforcement.
Yeah, I know it sounds very similar and goes hand in hand with the previous item, but one of the items is based on the ordinance that we already have, and to see if we could make changes to that. This was, and honestly, we had a meeting, so the whole point of this item was to have the director come before us to like have this conversation, but we already had that. But I still think it's important. If you guys still see the importance of this as well, by all means, I would love for us to see this item move forward. If not, because if you guys decide to not do that because of the fact that we already had the meeting, then that's fine as well. But so to review the snow emergencies process and procedure and winter parking enforcement policies, I think it's important for us to understand what the current plan is in place. I'm not sure, we weren't invited to the conversations when it comes to the planning and procedures for winter park, due to the winter storm, and when it comes to what their analysis is when targeting certain parts of the city. Therefore, it made it difficult for us as counselors to relay communication to our constituents. And when constituents would reach out to us, it was difficult to relay that information to someone from the department as well, and have them respond in a timely manner and to address the needs in real time. And when I say in real time is, if someone is messaging you regarding that their street has not been plowed, it's nice for that issue to be addressed at least within 24 hours, not 2 to 3 days later. So if there's a way for us to, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I've seen a plan in place. Does the city, does DPW, the director and his employees, do they have, the administration, I mean to say, does the administration and DPW have a plan in place when it comes to snow emergencies? And if so, what is it? I feel like that's something that it should be presented to us as to what the process is.
So once again, we should send a correspondence to DPW, to the administration, just to send us any plan that they already have. And if we need to do any correction or make any change on that, so we can discuss it after we receive the information. But at the same time, also just to remind them to invite the safety committee, the people who are part of the safety committee, to be on those meetings when we have any storm or any problem that has to be in some way to address before it happens and see already happening, how we can go a little beyond of whatever that they have in place.
Yes, I agree. And from my understanding, we still have future, like there's more snow days to come.
Yes.
So if there's anything that we could tackle, even though, it's nice to get it before, before the snow season. But if there's any positive changes that we could make right now that could be potential solutions to like 2 to 3 more snow days of whatever we have left. It's nice to see if whatever changes that we're making is an improvement to the process and the policies that we currently have in place. So it'll be not necessarily trial and error, but it'll be nice to see whatever conversations that we'll have with them, and if we propose any changes, that if there are any future snow days left, if we could see that and to see if that would work for our city.
I think, one thing that maybe we can ask is to do, well, beside all of the advertisements, so to have, I see before, to have a song light, not the blue light, but there are places that you can see snow is coming or a bad weather is coming.
Are you talking about like the...
It's like
kind of like the board with them, like when they're about to,
and just
give
to
a message.
Just to put those messages, on that important street that's, when people are coming in or out, that they are able to see it, and they give an idea that, of the things that is going to happen. I think that could be one of the things that maybe we can address or request. So,
through
any
you,
comments?
Chair.
Yes.
In my opinion, items 4326 and item 4426 are basically related to item 3926, which we already sent correspondent. It is because...
Councilor Miguel,
yeah.
4426, I'm not sure if you remember, Director Jaime, when I had asked regarding the text alerts, I didn't get one.
Yes.
And he mentioned that residents have to sign up for it. I forget in what fashion.
It is Code Red. It's called the
The
platform.
Code Red. So my intention was, when was the last time that this list has been updated? How many people are signed up for this? I just don't think that this process that we currently have for alerting residents and having residents sign up for the Code Red, I don't think I feel like we're dropping the ball.
Yes.
In terms of what more could we do to know, because I feel like a lot of folks don't even know that this is, okay, let me see if I can say this in a different way. With the purpose and the intention of this item, it's me looking to see what is it that we could do better and easier, because I constantly, and I know you guys see it for yourselves as well, you're constantly seeing complaints on how people say they didn't see the blue lights. Because it's like, granted, we know that it's a limited amount of blue lights and they're only located in certain specific locations. Then not everybody's in social media. Then not everybody listens to the radio. So it's like, oh my God, and I could definitely acknowledge that the city is trying. And then I think this is another additional way of trying. So besides having residents sign up in order to receive alerts, is there like a number that they could call where it's like an automated 411, not 911, but like a number that it's linked to DPW that a resident could call to see if they're confused and they don't know what side to park on? This is what the whole intention of this item was. How could we do better in terms of alerting residents about snow emergencies? Whether it's using the current method that we have, which is the red, what is it you call
Code
it?
red.
Code
The
red.
code red.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna just try to continue to use the code red, then how are we gonna make that better? If we're gonna add something additional to the code red, which is adding some line that residents could call into in order to know what side that they could park on and any important information, then that's something I feel like we should tap into and
Yep, I
and
agree. What I
verify.
was going actually is that when we sit down with them, and all parties involved who handle the snow operations, we're going to review the ordinances and review the process and review everything, from top to bottom. So that's why I'm saying it will be related one way or another.
Mhm.
And because
That is true.
everything will be changed, we'll have to meet anyways, and we have to, come up with all the
You guys
the
can link
complaints
it.
that we had. What was that?
You could link it.
No. So basically, I mean, we still have to meet and go through all this process. We might not know that they're doing something that they're actually doing it. And I know that, that platform called Red is, it has multiple functions. So that will be something that have to, when we meet to review the ordinances, the implementation of it, and how every process that we go through, even with the law enforcement unit, we will have to, discuss the alerting process, the procedure to how to implement the parking ban and all of that. I understand that the blue lights are there and not everybody can see it, but that was installed in 2019 and it hasn't been expanded, I don't think. So that could be something, a potential solution. Let's expand
That-
the
it
blue
could be for
lights
discussions and stuff
and
like-
everything. So
yeah.
that's basically what we have to meet with them. So whatever we come up with, the meetings still need to happen. We have to wait for their recommendation on the ordinances. We have to wait for the city attorney to, provide and review all the ordinances. So eventually, everything is gonna come out from that meeting, is what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think it's beneficial because it is linked?
Yeah,
It is part of the process of snow
Yes.
emergencies. So, do you guys feel that it would be easier to do 43A and 43B in terms of addressing those two items? I don't know.
We can do that. We can change it and still 4326 and 4426 and still 43A and 43B. And
Okay.
Yeah. And make it just only one item.
Mhm.
So and send the same.
So these
But
two-
let me. Okay, hold on. I wanted people to know who are looking to through Facebook or any other media is item 4426 that we are talking in this moment that we're going to try to converge is a review process for alerting residents of the winter parking ban activation, also submitted by Councilor Vivian Marmon. And we were also waiting for recommendation from the public safety, that is your committee. So one of the recommendations that we are doing right now is to convert the two items, 43 and 44, and just only one item, item 43A and 43B. Councilor Marmon, do you agree?
Oh, no, I agree. And as I'm looking at a lot of these items that I submitted as requesting them to be added to the agenda was with the intent that as being part of the public safety, I wanted it in my committee. And I was like, oh, it's
Yes.
ordinance.
Through you, Chair. It is in the agenda that it is waiting for recommendation from Public Safety Committee.
Okay. Yes.
Those two items. So eventually, my recommendation will be basically to table these two items until we get the recommendation from Public Safety or until we have the meeting and the recommendation from item 3926.
Before,
Because this doesn't necessarily require an ordinance change, right?
No. No,
Yeah, because I remember when I submitted these items to the agenda, was for the purpose for this to be in public
And
safety.
public safety. But the president decided to send it first to
ordinance,
to
basically.
the ordinance in case that there is any ordinance that has to be changed or replaced.
Okay.
So
All
now can go through the
Okay.
public safety because it's not an ordinance in this moment. It's practically to sit down and review whatever that is, how we can better
Okay.
what is in place right now. Council Reyes, do you have any comments on this?
No, thank you.
So the recommendation is, well, we're going to table anyway
Table.
because this item has to come back to the ordinance committee, waiting for the recommendation of the public safety committee.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to send also the item to the public safety committee for, and we're going to wait for them for the recommendation. At the same time, we're going to send correspondence to DPW and to the emergency, to the administration, just to recommend them to send invitation anytime that they meet, because we need to, principal to invite the people from the safety committee to be part of any meeting regarding any item or any storm or whatever that is happening in the city.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Thank
So
you.
motion to table then, this item 4326A and 4326B.
Okay, so Maria, did you have, so item 43A and item 43B?
43.
So, yes, so we're gonna make 4326 and 4426 in just only one item. That is going to be 43A and 43B.
Yeah.
So item, and both items are gonna be waiting. We're gonna be waiting at the ordinance committee, we're gonna be waiting for a recommendation for the public safety at the same time that we are going to send
To the public safety.
corresponded to DPW and to the administration, just waiting for them to send any information on that regard.
Yep.
So the motion is to table.
Yep.
Can I hear a second?
Second.
So motion already second by Council Reyes. Roll call, please.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Anna Levy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion passed.
So, Councilor, I'm gonna take item 18525 out of table. It's a handicap parking at 136 Davie Street. That item was submitted by Councilor Vice President Stephanie Infante and Sara Rodriguez. And this item is going to be sent to the full council because it's going to be for withdrawal.
Motion then to send, if there is no discussion, Madam Chair?
Yeah, you can do a discussion.
I mean, motion to send item 18525 to full council to withdraw.
So item 185 is a motion to send the, 18525 is a motion to send it to the full council for withdrawal. Can I hear a second?
Second.
So item is already second. Maria, please.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Anna Levy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion passes.
So, Councilor, Any other item that you would like to take out of the agenda or item table? There is nothing to take it from the table right now. So motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Roll
Aye.
call.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Franklin Miguel,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Anna Levy.
Yes. Thank you and have a great week.
Thank you.
Thank
as
you.
well.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Maria.